I can't explain, I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. Chengdu!
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Chengdu!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the IEM Chengdu qualifiers. We are here for an amazing day of Counter-Strike. My name is Fearless, and I'm here joined by the one and only Affinity. We're going to be taking you here through 2 best of 3s today. There's a lot on the line. There's a lot riding on this. There's only one team eventually out of all of these that's going to make it to China. So, Affinity, how are you doing? How are you feeling? Are you excited for today?
I am so excited for today. We've got some incredible games lined up. There are some incredible teams, as you said, a lot on the line. So the competition is indeed fierce. But the game that we've got going, I'm personally very vested in as well. We are going to be watching, of course, BetBoom versus Namiga. Now, both of these teams have sort of been playing a lot recently. So we've got a lot to look at from both of them. And actually, I think it might be a fairly even matchup, all things considered.
Yeah, no, actually, let's take a bit of a look at the bracket, at these teams that we've got going on, because there's a total of 8 that came through the open qualifiers. Of course, then we will be taking a look at BetBoom team against Namiga Gaming, but there's also 3 other streams going on simultaneously that you might as well check out in case you're interested in one of the following 6. Of course, we have Espionage against Forza, with Guild Eagles facing off against Ruby, and then as well Incilio against Amcol Esports. So as you guys can see, it is double elimination, so we have upper and lower bracket, but at the end of the day, it's just gonna be one that can go through to that IEM tournament.
Absolutely. And there's definitely some favorites to win in here as well. Forza being one of them. BetBoom actually being one of the other frontrunners as well. Rank 18 in the world right now. Who are you sort of looking for? Who do you think is going to be a frontrunner, a trailblazer even, in this bracket?
Ooh, it's very, very tough. I mean, Forza has been like really climbing in that tier 2 space. Guild Eagles has had quite a phenomenal year in 2023, though as of late, a bit rough here and there, but I do hope that they can recover and perhaps make it. BetBoom as well has been having quite some results as of late, so who knows what they can pull up. Honestly, I feel like any one of these 8 teams can really pull something off, because that's sort of the thing within these qualifiers. Sometimes it can be a bit unpredictable.
It can. And some of these teams, the teams that have come through the open qualifiers, have had to work so hard for it as well. It was 2 long straight days of those qualifiers, back to back as well, because qualifiers number 1 and 2 were, I do believe, one after the other. And I believe it was, Namiga has had an absolutely incredible run through recently. I was talking with our fellow caster, Sneaky Beaky. I know that you know him as well, Fearless.
Mm-hmm.
And he casted, the Namiga Heroic game, said that they were absolute demons in open qualifiers. We haven't really seen them play many best of 3s, however. We saw them play 1 best of 3 against Ruby. Of course, open qualifier number 2. They did actually win this. It was 16-14 on Ancient, 13-8 on Anubis. That is the only best of 3 that we've actually seen them play recently, though it's all been best of 1. So I'm a little bit worried heading into this BO3 format where everything is going to be that series. But BetBoom as well, as you said, they've been really hit and miss, actually. They've had some really strong results against some really strong teams as well. Taking series off of Gamer Legion, off of Cloud9, but then also having really, dare I say, horrific results against Eternal Fire and MIBR. They've lost 2 maps, 1-13 in the past couple of weeks alone. So a little bit worrying from them, but against a different caliber of teams, just a higher caliber of teams as well. So Namiga, better results, but against lower level teams, dare I say. BetBoom, decent results against higher caliber teams. It will be interesting to see how that sort of plays into this.
Yeah, I think you really hit the spot right there. BetBoom certainly are the favorites heading here into this matchup. It's the team that just has been together the longest, and as well as experience goes within this team alone. We have big names like Nathaniel and Karen and Zorte especially. All of these have individual experience even before BetBoom sort of coming together as a unit. And then this unit has been stable and consistent for a little smaller than a year. But yeah, we can't quite say the same of Namiga. This is a team that
No.
quite recently has been scraped together. We do have a couple players that are a bit more of the consistent factor, especially Leah. Sort of him being the IGL, then the rest of the team slowly being worked around him, which seems to be a bit of a consistent factor with Namiga. But yeah, definitely as far as team experience goes, BetBoom 100% has the upper hand.
I agree with you. It could be a 2-0 series that we see here, of course. Namiga, I believe, 119th in the world right now. And she said a roster that is not maybe fully found, maybe not got out of its growing pain stage yet. Let's put it like that. Is that they do have that element of surprise. You know, they have they've only been playing best of ones, really. They're a team that there's not a whole lot of information out there about. So they have this element of surprise that BetBoom really doesn't have, and is not a luxury they can really afford with how much they've been in the spotlight recently.
Yeah.
But again, there comes the issues with that, is that they haven't really fully formed this team yet. They've not been playing together for a while. So I will be curious to see how we really see them come into their own here. But there's something else I want to discuss as well, and that's that we're playing on the newest patch, I do believe.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of interesting things that brings. So the one that I really want to highlight is, do you think we're going to be seeing the Zeus coming out some more?
I hope, because I'm a big
Same.
lover of the zoos. And yeah, I mean, not just with the skins and all, but just it's now rechargeable, which is a very interesting factor. So who knows what kind of tricks they have up their sleeves in order to pull it out.
Indeed. I believe it was the caster Jackie put something on Twitter about how it makes a sound cue even when it's dropped and it recharges. And that could be used potentially as like a decoy or as a fake. And I'm really excited because I think that leads to some huge big brain plays as well. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed as well. It's a cheap weapon. I'm just excited to see it, you know. But, maybe teams not willing to put so much on the line. It is fresh patch as well. Teams might not even have had a chance to really queue with that being in. It's only been, a day now? So
yeah.
I want to see it come out. I'm hesitant because of how fresh it is. But, we can hope. We can hope, can't we?
We certainly can. And there's a lot on the line here, and something that could maybe spice things up a little bit more is the veto that we have going on. We were talking already about BetBoom, more experience, therefore their map pool as well is a lot deeper. But yeah, we can quickly sort of go over things. So Namiga, they ban Overpass.
Yes.
BetBoom ban Inferno. And then heading into the picks, we have Namiga picking into Ancient, and then BetBoom into Mirage. And then eventually our decider potentially, if we go through maps, is going to be Nuke. Any things that stand out here to you?
I do have some things that stand out indeed. So Ancient is a map, that both of these teams play a lot. BetBoom have beat both Cloud9 and Gamer Legion on it. So I think there's a lot of experience there as well. But Namiga have played it lots. They've won lots against lower caliber teams. But let's talk about that, because I think, actually, I haven't said that, we're already in the map as well. We've got no time to mess around, and it will be BetBoom starting on the CT side here. A little bit of an advantage, of course, on their opponent's map pick. But again, a map that both of these teams have had quite stellar results with recently.
Yeah, Ancient is still one of the most played maps for BetBoom. It's actually very evenly distributed for that team. And now Namiga, they did get a couple of pieces of utility. I see a Molotov as well as a smoke, and smokes especially could have a large impact on the map now as Ancient, because with the latest patch as well, those smokes and the lighting changes definitely can spice things up, but thus far hasn't even been used. There we go, now deployed, And with 3 players already out, this seems like a fairly easy win here for Nemiga in this pistol.
It does indeed. 2v5 retake. There's not a kit in sight either, so I really don't think we're going to see anything too spectacular here. Maybe a couple of picks on extraneous players here, but I don't see Nemiga throwing this away anytime soon.
Still gonna maybe see, give it a look in. Try and do a bit of chip damage perhaps. Well, that's 2 kills, maybe even more, but they will be hunted down. Nobody under so much pressure will fall, but still quite a bit of blood taken home. Then it's though, won't be getting a bit more. Nemiga,
Ooh, that
only
hurts.
survived with 1 and on 1 HP as well, but at the end of the day, it's the pistol one. It's the money in the pocket of Nemiga.
It is. That opening pistol is so important as well. They win and they get the bomb plant. That's loads of money to go into this next round as well. That's all they could have asked for. Maybe losing as many people hurts a lot, but they got the bomb down. They got the win condition. That's all you really want to see. I do like BetBoom here. Even on a loss where their opponent got a bomb plant, they are forcing into this, which I think is quite interesting to see.
Control slowly taken, but Boom definitely play a bit more passive, do have weaponry invested into. But perhaps don't want to be showing themselves too early to give that all away.
Ooh, Nafany. Almost caught there, actually. Gonna just fall back a little bit here as well. Molotov to clear out, buy themselves a little bit more space to push forward as well. I am quite surprised they have not decided to call anybody over yet as well, being quite slow in choosing to rotate here.
Yeah, even with the smokes and all the footsteps, Nafany still remains by himself. Will be taken out. A bit of damage dealt, but with that weaponry invested into, BetBoom have no choice but to say. Maybe this was the plan after all. You know, if it was going to be either way, then those 4 would probably just give up the site. Not quite worth all the investment taken into this.
It does. It's going to make their 3rd round very uncomfortable, to say the least, though, as well. Because they're going to be, once again, running on fumes here. Nemiga just going to secure themselves a nice 2nd round here. A little bit of an early lead. Should be able to put 3rd on the board off the back of this as well, I think. They've been very much starting on the back foot here. It is early days, however. And look, Nemiga wants to go hunting for some of these weapons as well.
Not that much time to work with though.
No, sadly not.
But it's 2 rounds up on the table, nice and clean as well for Nemiga. So everyone's still alive. Bit of a bonus round coming into this, and BetBoom, you still have some SMGs, some upgraded pistols, but the investment still will be quite minimal. Maybe it can be enough to pull something off here in this round, but it's definitely gonna be quite the job to clear.
I think we've got a little bit of a pause here. I'm assuming it is of the technical variety, which is never a fun sight so early on into the day as well. It's a little bit of a bad omen for us, isn't it? But yes, this is certainly a good start from Nemiga. And I did say, this is one of those teams that I think everyone underestimates a little bit. And they have the element of surprise, as I said. But they've taken maps off of some big name teams. You know, they took a map off of Heroic during the qualifiers. They beat Sprout and 9 Pandas recently in the open quals to get here. So they're definitely an underdog team that's definitely got to be someone that's on your radar as well. You can't just sort of forget about the issue and hope it goes away. Whereas BetBoom, they've been playing a lot recently. They've got a lot behind them. Ooh, that's not a good sign. I'll be honest.
It seems like someone has a connectivity issue, so one of the players will try and reconnect, and hopefully the issue with that will be resolved
What
as
we
soon as
can
possible.
talk about, though, in the meantime, the new knife. That's just reminded. Oh wait, we back? I don't know. What are your thoughts on the new knife, quickly? whilst we are in
Honestly,
limbo.
beautiful. I'm not like the biggest knife lover, just because it's very, very painful for my wallet. But I
Yes.
really, really enjoyed this, and I was almost tempted to get one.
What about everyone else? Has anybody been opening some of the new skin cases? The kilowatt case, of course. Anyone good results with that? I had a friend of mine opened one case and got a stat track AWP, whatever the AWP's called. I can't remember what it's called. The new. It looks really cool. And got a stat track as well. And it was yeah, that was a fun one. But I think we might be coming back to us actually. You know it's bad when you see our ugly mugs so soon, but we are back once again. So yeah, I think we're just in limbo for now, making sure that all of the players are ready and in the server so that we can get this series underway. But yeah, where were we? Trying to remember where we were. New skins.
Skins.
Are you liking the new case? Have you tried opening one? What are you?
Well, I haven't tried opening one because that is sadly banned in my country.
It's banned in your country.
I'm one of those 2 countries where it's banned,
that.
so that sadly is not quite the case. But
if you could open the cases, what would you want?
I really like the AK. I think it's Heritance or Heritage. I think
it looks a bit like a Chinese dinner plate, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that I really like that, and I mean maybe it's also just because I'm Dutch and sort of national thing. Like we have like porcelain that is sort of like similar to the Chinese one, and it's also white and blue. So it definitely sort of reminds me of like old school Dutch pottery and stuff like that. So I kind of like that. Yeah, and just the knife was cool. I've thought a bunch of
with the little flick, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's so cool. It's so cool.
And the stickers that move, which were really cool.
The lenticulars, they look so good as well. They look incredible. I remember seeing them. How people make them, it's on another level here. Yeah. And of course, the new skin crafting system. I've seen some really cool ones that you can do with some of the designs as well that you can, yeah. Oh, I believe we have just been informed that we're actually going to take a little bit of a quick snack break for everyone, just to make sure that everyone can get back in the server as well, so that we don't keep you guys waiting in this awful limbo with us. So hopefully we'll be back really, really shortly with the game. But yes, go grab a drink, go grab a snack as well, and we will see you in hopefully a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to be straight jumping into this game once again. Amiga 2-0 up. Betboom still with a bit of a rough buy. Did have those saved SMGs from the previous round, trying to get the most out of this. But it certainly won't be easy up against the rifles on the side of Namiga. And look at the pace. Instantly into Donut. A lack of resistance here from Bedroom off on that A side. There will be some rotations on the way. Some already taken out.
Absolutely. Forced so far back. Namiga with that early aggression really put Backboom on the back foot. They have rotated everybody over though, so it is going to be an all-out firefight on this site. The bomb is going to go down pretty early here.
Smokes are up instantly. Betboom. Doubtful if they want to go ahead and make this round work. I see people already retreating. Maybe some of them, especially those lacking a weapon, could maybe see if they can go for a cheeky exit. But on the flip side, Namiga have some mech-10s of their own. They could definitely be grinding for some extra cash.
They are indeed, and if you look how far they've pushed up towards spawn there, they are hunting Chiron down here. They don't want to let any of these weapons that they now know are here. And look at that nade as well. Zorti, that hurts to watch, and Chiron as well. Damage everywhere, and Namiga with a third round. Beautifully done. Is he going to live? Oh, just about by the skin of his teeth there. But another messy round. Betboom 3 rounds down. Money still in, and the money's in a good enough place, but the weaponry, of course, those saved weapons, gonna mean that they don't have necessarily the full rifle buy here.
Yeah. Still not the most ideal. On the flip side, though, there's also still a mech-10 for Lear, and there's twice a Galil. So, I think we're quite evened out. Both an AWP in their hands, too. Now let's see.
This campaign quite far back with this AWP as well. Taking a slightly slow approach. A massive switch up from what we saw last round, of course. Being held very far at bay here by Betboom. Actually, where they thrive a little bit.
You can see now with rifles on both ends of the spectrum. It's immediately a lot of a slower pace here being picked up by Namiga. Definitely hesitant to create that space. Quite unsure as to where to want to head next. The bomb is slowly moving towards B. But no mid control, no speedway control either. It's mainly just a straight on walkout from main.
They are indeed. I think this is going to play to Betboom's advantage as well. They haven't rotated anybody else over yet, but they've got no information. They've not heard anything. There were a couple of flashes thrown over towards this B site earlier, which is the only information they've had. And that utility coming down is going to be the call to action here. Zorti got a perfect line of sight. Docks out just the wrong second. Peeks back out. Perfect AWP shot to crack this open.
Yeah, the counter util is magnificent. That flash from Zorti as well, completely blinding that second player. Easy then for him to find a follow-up, and that smoke right in front. The amount of delay and the separation that went down for Namiga is it's painful, and that leaves only Khan. Does have an AWP, but it is just him.
As we said, where Bedroom really thrives as well. They kept them so far at bay there, and that by the time they went to execute, there was just not really much they could do. They lost the first couple of fights there, and time just a little bit too low. I believe we've got another match pause here, however, which is never a good sign. We've been cursed today. We've been cursed a little bit. But yeah, so definitely a switch up of the pace there from Namiga. We've seen them be quite aggressive quite early in the rounds that they have taken. However, playing a little bit slower on that one, held so far back by Betboom. There just really wasn't any map control. She said they had no eyes on mid. And then they just tried to push B through that one angle. Zorti, lovely opening double kill there. And it sort of just fell apart, really.
Yeah, with that, pressure is up. Namiga, of course, is 3-1 up. Have still the money to, I think, afford one more loss. It's not going to be the most ideal buy after this, but let's see if they can continue where they've left off. They know what the mistakes were in the previous round.
I don't think we'll be continuing at all at this rate, will we? I think it's also going to be a little bit of a problem as well. With these pauses, it halts the momentum as well. You know, it puts a bit of a damper on the energy, which I don't really think helps either team. But Namiga, of course, with that lovely start as well, and having it broken up, I definitely don't think helps. But unfortunately, that is just the nature of online events, isn't it? We are stuck with the technical
To
limitations.
be
we
fair,
have.
a team like Namiga especially is very much used to this online environment.
True.
So I wouldn't, you know, they've probably had their fair share of this in the past.
The open qualifiers as well have been, of course, everything online has been absolutely crazy. The amount of Counter-Strike that these teams have been playing recently, because Namiga made deep runs in, I believe, all 4 of the RMR qualifiers, which were 2 days each, you know, massively long brackets as well. And I think they just got eked out at the end, so not quite managing to qualify on all of them. But
yeah, no, for sure.
But yeah. Oh, we're back at us again. Hello. Again, you know it's bad when we're back. So hello. May I just say you're a mighty fine audience as well. Thank you for staying with us and bearing with us. We want to make sure that you guys get the best game possible, that the players get the best game possible as well. So the team are working behind the scenes. They are working diligently to make sure that everything gets fixed as well. So you're stuck with us for a little bit longer. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I mean, I think just as much as you guys, we hope to get insane as soon as we can. But of course, everything needs to be working. Everything needs to be okay. I do believe that we might go
going back? Ooh, that was quick. We like that.
Okay, well, it's not too long of a little intermission. Back into the action we shall go. But of course, winning the last round before this. But Namiga still has plenty of cash in the bank to see if they could continue the streak they were on before. Can't still on that orb. Previous round, tempo very slow. This time, mid-control immediately into full effect. Risky Bob grabs the first kill up on Chiron.
Ooh, Siren, I like this aggressive pusher as well. And in fact, actually going to be the one caught out there. I liked the forethought, but not actually going to yield any results for him. So it's a 2-player disadvantage very early on here for BetBoom, which Namiga are going to take full advantage of here as well. It has spread the defense so thin there. Little bit of mid-control trying to come back in here from Nafany, but really there's nothing they can do, especially with that pushed-up permission from Flammus.
I really like that positioning. Just the information that they have across the map is massive. Ooh, but at the same time, Lear's being caught off guard. Orpa pushing over towards the A bomb site. With that, Namiga will immediately call into action. Down into cave they will go, creeping up onto this B bomb site. With actively one player there. Now it's actually Dennis smoked out as he was looking into Red Room. And Nafany is down. This is big troubles ahead for BetBoom, as Namiga is trying to get onto the side and RB frozen for a second. But it doesn't matter. Namiga get their bomb planted. And BetBoom still stuck behind smokes. They will fade now. But 3 against 3, it's still possible. But the time is ticking.
The double AWP there, just not really paying out for them as well. And that one hurts. It's Namiga, these opening picks, just absolutely incredible. And they're just sort of backing away here. They will not... They really don't have the money here to go hunting for them, I don't think. So it will just be another round silently on the board for Namiga. A 3-round lead. Very nice start for them as well, getting these rounds in early in what is considered the least favorable side. Of course, still technically a CT-sided map, even with the debates on, you know, how the economy works out as well. Namiga starting very strong as well. And look at Lear, 6-2 already. Has had some incredible performances recently. Definitely a player that was highlighted to me by, you know, the likes of Sneaky Beaky, who casted some of the open qualifier games.
Once again, a lot of early mid presence here by Namiga. Not going to be stopped by all that Yuto. In fact, they'll be nading into Red Room, trying to catch Sorte off guard. And while he's already tagged up for quite a fair bit, needs to be careful not to overextend here. Perhaps falls back a bit. Oh, and the nade! Okay, that will bring it into Flammus.
It will indeed, and that secures them that mid control as well, something that Namiga have been so good at getting. Of course, that one round that we saw them lose it didn't, of course, go their way, but BetBoom very much leading the charge on this one. Lovely pick there onto Xanta, immediately traded by Lear, getting 2, however. Swings it back into sort of a neutral balance here. That bomb so far removed from the situation, however, they do need to start moving it on over to this site. But actually, gonna switch it up, and they're gonna... No, they are going to stick with B there. Had a little think about it. They'll check
It's
behind
also that they have a bit of a lack of map presence, so they need to be careful that they're not going to be flanked. Especially with like 40 seconds left, they might just push for info somewhere. Oh, but look at this. Namiga deploy a bunch of util over towards the B-bomb site. Call a bit of a fake. Simon's in such a good spot, but he needs to get 1 kill, and he doesn't. Lear once again strikes, punishes BetBoom, and still a 2v3. It's not impossible, but with once again smokes coming into play, that's a guaranteed bomb plant. And now post-plan action. BetBoom wants to go for the retake. They've lost too many rounds in a row. They want to get onto the board, but still not really granted an opening.
They are not here. Namiga happy to just sit tight in their positions, let them play into them, and look at that. Chiron does indeed, and it will be risky Bob to take him down. Torty tries to make a play, tries to take one down, but loses their life. 5th round on the board. Stellar start here to Namiga.
This is going really, really good. They sort of adapt their pace a little bit. I do think for the majority, they have been quite aggressive. And especially the counter util. BetBoom, not quite sure how to respond. They want to go for mid. They want to punish. But yeah, consistently, it's not quite coming off the ground.
It is not, unfortunately. And there's a couple of players, Kyra not yet able to find themselves on the scoreboard as well. Siren as well suffering from the same issue. So it's definitely a lot of... And you see Leah with these multi-kills as well. The moment that they get that they get that map control, they clear out mid as well. Lear bites back with a double kill as well, going 2 for 1 on basically every death of his, which is just so difficult for BetBoom to counteract it. They're just letting Lear, get away with kill after kill. And every piece of advantage they give themselves just seems to be ripped away a little bit.
This time, Namiga, they do dump a lot of that same util up on middle. Keep 2 players busy for the time being, but Namiga have a bit of a different plan this time around. 3 players deep into a main. 2 still in charge of maybe retaking control over of mid, try to split into that A-bomb site. But also want to take their sweet time, just see what BetBoom's plan is, if they're going to be pushing something. Maybe try to bait out a bit of util. Leg spotted, immediately a smoke to delay.
And that will keep them locked out a little bit. They do have the advantage of having 2 of them here, so they are going to disrespect that smoke, I have a feeling. It's going to be a bit of a fighting donut. Goes Chiron's way, actually. The Siren Molotov back, held the bay here, and that allows Risky Bob up on that boosted position, and Calm with a kill of their own, and they just dismantle this defense.
Had a really good flash there into Donut. Not quite capitalizing on that opportunity. He's still being close. He needs to be the hero once again. A kill is not connecting. Lee is tagged to 11 HP, but still standing, making this even rougher now for BetBoom. The immediate trace here as well. It is like Namiga is untouchable. Oh, and even Chiron can't finish the kill. The FAMAS just not quite doing its job as you wanted to.
I say it every time, the FAMAS is the least ideal weapon. No one grows up and wants to use the FAMAS. You don't go, Mum, can we have rifles? No, we've got rifles at home. And then she brings out a FAMAS and everyone is disappointed and everyone's day is ruined. So the FAMAS there doesn't win that. And it's, again, just a lot of individuals here as well. We talk about these moments where they need to get the kills. Unfortunately, BetBoom just not really securing them.
Yeah.
And maybe if they got those kills, we could see the round swinging completely different ways, but they're just not. And once again, this mid control so suffocating from Namiga. Ooh, almost got with utility out there.
A bit of an awkward moment, but with Risky Bob by his side, Namiga once again prevails in these situations. Of course, limited amount of weaponry on the side of BetBoom, so Trade potential is definitely not going to be quite favouring for that team. Zorta as well does land a tag, but it sort of stays with the tags. And Amiga can continue to plan as is. Current, mollied out. Ooh. Cheeky 2 deagle kills. Will get a free AK with that. But how much can he do with this? Can he stall the team for longer? Maybe, yes. Siren also grabs a kill with the deagles. And suddenly, it's still a 2-on-2.
They know that Chiron's now got this AK as well. Might just be caught on the timing there as well. Looks away at just the wrong second. That's devastating after doing so much as well. And there will be a bomb plant uncontested here as well. They can hear the footsteps. Risky Bob just ready to punish there. Little bit of a jump out with the knife there. I couldn't help but see there as well. But not going to be allowed anything at all. And that's 7 rounds. A 6-round lead for Namiga, which means no matter how badly the rest of this goes, no matter how horrifically they could mess up every other round, and technically they still go into the second half with an advantage, of course. So that's a very strong position now, because there's that level of confidence behind them, knowing that they've secured the half at the very, very worst case scenario.
Then I would say, for a half buy, this definitely wasn't a bad round for BetBoom, but considering how far behind they are, we need to see them come alive, and it needs to be fast. And I do want to know how this is going to be going. Siren, 1 kill thus far, left to deal with this A side by himself. Oh, arm spotted out, and now the swing will come on through. Sure, there's a Molotov. It will definitely deal up quite a large chunk of damage, but Zorta himself is able to escape, but barely. And surely, with a player down, Zorta low, they have to give up a bomb plant once more.
That cover from Lear, however, I don't know if you saw it. Flashed off, just held down the spray to make sure that that plant was safe. And look at that, Zorti on 8 HP, burned down, tagged down. And look, they're going hunting as well. Xanta wants these weapons. Ooh, spotted the leg in that Molotov, not quite gonna land where they want it to.
And I like this. Just immediately that nade and the amount of pressure that creates. BetBoom instantly scared, want to bail. Oh, now spotted. There we go, Zorte out. That's your all potentially gone. And Dennis, his goal is right now to just survive. Will do so. Ooh, no, actually not. Oh, wow. This is rough. Just punishment after punishment. BetBoom once again empty-handed, and the money is not looking great either.
It's not. The CT economy is so difficult to manage and so punishing at the moment as well. And Namiga just rolling in the dough on their side as well. And it's definitely a difficult one. I want to see them taking either some more mid-control, or I want to see them meet Namiga's fire with fire. I want to see a full frontal assault here from both teams. And looks like we're going to get it, but it's just going to be Flammus mowing them down in mid. 2-player disadvantage already, and albeit on a bit of an eco round for them. But that is a devastating start so early into the round.
We do see Siren slowly pushing, but then again, so much space already taken here up on this B-bomb side, and the one man standing down is immediately taken out by Xanta. Sortie is close, but how much can he do? Just a deagle. Once again, there's just so much util you have to deal with. These smokes. No vision. Nothing for you that seems to be going your way. Siren now also taken out. And yeah, Sortie at most can just pray for an exit, maybe for a nice AK to take home.
I think Zorti needs to pray that he's going to be allowed to live into the next round as well, because with 5 alive and the money like that, they could go hunting. He's going to stand pretty steadfast there, though. Holding his position. Namiga, very convinced that he's a lot closer than he is. But it's very good to see them doing their due diligence and keeping sort of that level of calmness, making sure that they don't let an accidental round slip away to something stupid like a player just lurking in a smoke. It's good to see them keeping the fundamentals solid, even with such a massive lead. So he tagged out massively by that bomb as well.
9-1. Who would have thought? We were
both
consistently
adamant, yeah.
praising BetBoom, how deep their map pool is in comparison to Namiga, but Maybe it's all those hours they grinded in Tier 2 that they are so used to playing these kind of qualifiers. Then again, it is Namiga's map pick, but it's not like as if Bepum doesn't play this map at all.
It's definitely an interesting one. If you look at how the map pools and stuff line up, is that BetBoom has a lot wider, as you said. That comes with being a higher caliber of team as well. They've got a wider map pool. Namiga, this is one of the few maps that they're willing to play here as well. They have played very limited number of maps. They are very constrained in what they choose to play. And Ancient is one of those. In fact, it's their most picked map. It's what they prefer to play. And that's definitely showing here. They've put in the reps. But BetBoom, very mixed results on Ancient. This is what we wanted to see. Early aggression in mid as well. But they've just left the A site completely undefended. When we said we wanted mid control, we didn't want it at the expense of A. We can see Siren desperately trying to back towards this A site and the rotates coming in. But they've let them get so far.
They do a good job of clearing out the map though, so immediately push on through. Nafni now with a double kill. This is more like it. This is what we needed a lot sooner. And Leah does find one Khan as well, but is tagged down to half HP and the pressure's on. He needs to find 3 more kills and has only a box as his cover. Deal. Ooh. With Temple there. A great nade up on Nafni, but he will swing. And that is finally a second round on the board for BetBoom.
That was a nice little start to what could have been an incredible clutch there as well. Nafni, an absolute pillar in that round, staying sort of steadfast. Those 3 kills, I do believe it was in the round, 2 to keep the aggression at bay and dismantle that attack. And then that kill at the end there to stop any sort of cheeky clutch coming in. But if he got that pick on Nafni, that could have been a very different ballpark there. And I think BetBoom knows that, and it's a little bit scary for them. Ooh, Xanthar burning alive a little bit here.
Just want to go for that mid control again. Immediately the smokes back up. Do have double player up in Donut for the time being. But Namiga take it somewhat slow. Just want to wait out all this util and see what kind of space they can create on the back of that. But BetBoom is not sitting still. Nafni getting real close here towards the ramp. Doesn't want to overextend. Just sits close. Just waits for someone to peek. Oh, but that's a missed opportunity. And in fact, Khan sitting deep at his own op. He's taking advantage of that situation.
Ooh, little bit of a kill there back from Dancis, though. Dancis, sorry. Ooh, weapon not actually pulled out there. Caught with the pants down. Khan pushing forward slowly. Tags, but not quite able to confirm the kill. Risky Bob, however, got their back. It's actually going back and forth fairly evenly here, and the health is low on both of these players. One on Danists and one on Flammus, but then both of them very evenly matched here. I say that not for long. 18 health, all he needs. Risky Bob knows that he's there. Tagged as well.
Wow, very cheeky. And with that, Danis will come into clutch. That's the 3rd round on the board, but can they come back all the way? Find out after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the IEM Chengdu qualifiers. We are soon going to be moving into half number 2. We finished with a 9-3 scoreline. Very promising here for Namiga. Now it's time to head back into game. Let's see if BetBoom can get that comeback going.
I would hope so. Now, what they're really looking for here is an absolutely stellar pistol round. We want to see them get lots of kills. We want to see that bomb plant coming down as well. That is what they need to get into this, because if they forfeit this pistol round, that's double digits to Namiga, and it could be a very swift path.
Okay, well, it's a bit better coming forward action. Current's still quite heavily tagged, but the last couple kills are going the way of BetBoom, and now... Ooh, quite well positioned here by Zorte. That's an easy lineup for him. With that, only Risky Bob that's left, but, well, within a blink of an eye, he is no more. So, Namiga's double digits stalled for the time being.
That is exactly what we needed to see from BetBoom. As we said, we wanted a nice, clean round in terms of not losing too many bodies. Nice bomb plant coming out as well. That is everything that they need to kickstart themselves into this half as well. And Namiga unable to buy into this as well. They are going to go with a single flash, and that is all. And BetBoom should be able to square this round away pretty nicely, pretty quietly. Namiga, they want to put up a little bit of a fight, a little bit of resistance as well. So I don't want to count them too out. But they are just going to walk into Siren's Galil here. Ooh.
Up for some deathmatch here. Down on bottom mid. Kyron next one to practice his aim. Thus far, so good. 2 kills already. Lantern tagged up on Xanta. Just keeps them busy, really. Though there is a very cheeky Lear who is lurking around this B-bomb site, but nothing to worry about. BetBoom find that conversion. Up to 5. Slowly making that gap a bit smaller. But now with bonus weapons, can they continue?
All I'm saying is 3-9 is the Zonix law of MR12, and it's and I know I'm gonna say the forbidden word here. It's something that very much developed from the Valorant scene as well as the 9-3 curse, because the gap is a lot smaller than you think it is. It leads you into a very false sense of security, and it's translated to MR12 and CS very, very nicely as well. I'm telling you, it's cursed.
Well, Lear already taken out. Not the best start here for Namiga. And BetBoom already. Look at this. We have a Nafady crawling through Red Room, catching Flamus off guard, and potential for more players. Because he can catch off those rotations depending on where that bomb goes. Oh, one comes to alive here, and Donut grabs his second. That is massive. That makes the numbers even again.
It does. Individual play there, absolutely huge, swinging the balance back even, and halting the energy that BetBoom seems to have coming into this round. Though Zorti spots Khan, knows they're still in Donut, not quite able to confirm the kill though, has a little bit of backup coming in from Siren, but actually gonna fall there. Khan just holding onto this Donut has been the linchpin of this round.
Nafany will find Risky Bob a massive kill to be getting, but he needs to make sure to get to the site quickly. Alright, maybe nothing to worry about. Siren does a good job of holding the site for the time being. Xanta stuck behind the smoke.
Is indeed just going to wait this one out. Siren going to be ready and waiting, but decides to back away. I think probably the best option. There isn't a kit available. There's only a smoke left, and the money is not going to be in a particularly pretty place as well. So just wanting to keep hold of whatever advantage he can take into the next round. Have that, what I assume will be a hero rifle. Because I'm not sure that the rest of his team's going to be able to particularly buy here. Well, not exactly cleanly.
There is still a bit of a margin here that Namiga's leading with. So for now you can just go for this hero rifle round, then hope to get the most out of it, and then after you will have a solid buy once more, while still technically being in the lead. Try to hang on to it, but you don't want to be throwing it all away. So I think saving that AK was the wisest option. But let's see how much firepower is in that AK.
Actually, not going to be particularly leading the charge here. It's holding fire, holding that B ramp position. And Danist might be the unlucky soul that walks into it. Though having said that, they are trying to pincer this site as well, coming in from Cheetah, but this isn't really their end goal. That bomb is floating over towards A. This is all but a distraction. Ooh, it's messy, but Nafni gets a kill and dances one of his own.
Oh, risky Bob. How low. Once again, the Deagles do strike. Good chip damage up on Nafni as well, but the kills definitely add up here once again for BetBoom. 4 against 2, putting that pressure up on Amiga. And, well, it's just kill after kill.
Ooh.
Last player, Flamus, is alive. Does have now an AK in his own hands. Might as well see if he could save this. Would be a nice weapon to take home.
It would indeed. There was a little bit of a buy here. A couple of upgraded pistols. Flamus playing a risky game here. That's an AWP that is waiting for him on the other side as well. Holding the picks and ankle. Missed shot, but I think that will be his sign to just back away and try get out with their life. But mid player as well. Dodging bullets left, right, and center. Dodging players left, right, and center, but not for much longer. Taken down. No rifle to go into the next round. But they will indeed have the money to buy once again.
And this now will be the real test of Namiga. Namiga has had a near to flawless T-side. We think that such a lead would almost guarantee you the victory here on this map. But if they fall flat now, if they have no grip on countering BetBoom, it might just all fall apart.
Potentially as well. I think if they lose this round, BetBoom very much in a position to close the gap fully and maybe even take the lead on the gun round after that. Because even with loss bonus, Namiga is gonna struggle. So this is very much a must-win round for them to A, keep their lead, and B, potentially take this map as well. With this sort of momentum. Have so much space here. Can't lovely pick there as well, but immediate trade coming through. Risky Bob lines them up, but isn't even able to take down one. Lot of damage done there, however. Hopefully enough for the rest of the team to work with.
What do Leah and Santa want to do right now? Once again, lack of a kit. So I reckon that they just will save once more. It's a very tough situation, especially with the two players being lined up and so much damage already dealt, but with the trade just not quite coming through immediately. Bomb being planted and it's just sort of a done deal. Namiga have to once again save. And BetBoom with that, it's clean thus far. It was 3-9, and now it's 8-9.
It is. It has been a very, very interesting game. Because we saw Namiga get 9 rounds and absolutely storm their T-side. And then we've just seen the exact same happen. I think T-side has some sort of magic curse put on it at the moment. Because even on maps that, you know, are meant to be CT-sided, or you're meant to have the advantage, especially, you know, on your own map pick, it's been the T-side that has been so dominant from what I've seen over the past, you know, couple of weeks. It seems like every team that I've casted has just sort of floundered a little bit on CT. And as we said, there's not much money here for Namiga, so this should be BetBoom having the perfect round for them to close up this gap. Very weird map that we've seen so far.
Yeah, for sure. Do you wonder what the plan is going to be? Namiga had a bit of a timeout just now. Do see some upgraded pistols, big bunch of util, and then, well, I thought it was going to be a Nova in the hands of Flammers, but he unbought his weapon and then went for an MP9.
Though I like a good shotgun. I love it when we see a good shotgun coming out.
It's risky though, and especially now you can't quite go for the cheeky weapons. Perhaps you need all your focus if you're Namiga, because right now it looks like it's almost slipping away. You need that faith back on the squad, and this round is going to be far from ideal. There's not a lot of util to work with.
Ooh, a little bit of chip damage through the wood there. Knocking down some of these players quite low. Ooh. Almost had a little bit of a tussle there, but utility to keep them at bay. They are gearing up, ready to hit this B site, however. Slowly eking forward. look at that. Player spotted out. No kills actually coming through, and I say that it's Leah with one of their own.
Oh,
Siren
no.
gonna catch him with utility out though, and Xanta has the perfect opportunity here. Gonna be taken down, however, by Nafany, who's on absolute fire here. And that bomb gonna go down.
Punishment after punishment. This is rough. And I thought Leah was in actually a very good spot after the first player sort of with trigger discipline went by. Leah then had a good opportunity to maybe see if he could push, but well, not quite going the way again. Amiga one, it's sort of a repeat. We keep on seeing sort of 1 or 2 players left alive having to save, and Amiga once again left empty-handed. Now to the point that the scoreline is even.
That's crazy. If you'd asked me at the end of the half,
If this would happen,
I never would have seen this coming. But oh, look at that.
not.
The bomb radius. Oh, you know what? I've said it once. I'll say it 1,000 times. I sound like a broken record. The bomb radius is unhinged. It's unhinged. You can be so far away and still be taken. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. Valve, please fix.
Yeah, no, it's the same with a bunch of other maps, of course, but Ancient feels a bit rough in that regard. But, you know, players have to deal with it one way or another. No choice up until Mr. Valve helps us out. But what's the plan now going to be? Amiga fallen a bit short right now. You need to find an answer, and soon. Alright, cheeky kill through the smoke. That certainly will help. And good mid control too. Now it just needs to make sure that control is not gonna be countered. Not expecting Nafany to push from Speedway. The backs were turned. You have 2 players there. Surely someone must account for a late push.
Apparently not, but they're finally hitting Cheetah. It's not one that we've seen them particularly like to push at all this map, but they've got a little bit of control over there now. And we could see Amiga actually throwing some more bodies over towards this site, toying a little bit with the idea of some mid-control there with Khan having a little bit of a look. Actually, we might see a little bit of a battle between the orbs going on here. What was that?
That was panic almost, but it was actually sort of an anti-flash position there, or set up for Namiga, so we had a player tucked in, back turned, with then the cover, but it worked out in the end. Namiga still up by 4 players, finally looking to find a round once more, and it looks like our server is frozen.
I'm assuming, given where everything is, I don't think we will have seen particularly anything interesting missed there.
Probably not. I mean, unless Dennis pulls off the most insane 4K.
If we miss Dennis pulling off the most insane 4K, I think I might cry live on broadcast.
I totally agree with you. Oh, there we go. We are back. Well, it's one more kill. One more kill that he managed to get.
We'll take a kill.
We'll take that. And of course, the money is still present here for BetBoom. It's not in the most insane spot I would have expected it to be with 6 rounds in a row, but it is still quite healthy, and yeah, there should be definitely plenty left to even rebuy if they were to lose another. So, trying to pull through here for still a map win, definitely very much still in the books for BetBoom. But of course, starters there, now you need to lock it in.
Absolutely. Finally getting around. But again, the momentum needs to come back. Once they got started, they were incredible. But we need to see them try use this as a Kickstarter. Ooh, missed shot there, and Flamus is going to follow up on it as well. And suddenly, that mid-control that we've praised so much about them coming in hand once again. It's going to be caught off a little bit here. Gets the first, isn't expecting a second there. Risky bomb shows face though, not quite able to confirm the kill. It's messy, but kills go back and forth there. 2 for 1, that's pretty good going. And that's Namiga with the advantage once again. And BetBoom kept off this site for a whole minute.
That is to immediate try. With Xanta being very low up here in cave. Oh, not quite the transfer, and Flammers will finish that one off. It's close though, as we are nearing the end here. 11-9. still leading, but it's still.
It is indeed. But they've put themselves in a pretty nice position here as well. They've got their opponents on the back foot here with the bye as well. As you can see, Zorti not able to afford a rifle. Well, for himself at least.
It looks like
I feel like the
might have a
players.
tech issue.
Yep, I feel like the players
Yeah.
might have a tech issue. I don't know if you guys on stream can see it as well. We're having a little bit of trouble back here as well, but of course our wonderful production team doing absolutely everything they can to make sure that we get the game underway for you guys and running as flawlessly as we can, hopefully. So I think we will be seeing another little technical pause coming in. It has been a little bit of a cursed map, hasn't it? It's been cursed from what we've seen coming out from the teams, cursed from what we've had back end as well, but some incredible stuff nonetheless. I'm very curious to see what happens though, because this is neck and neck.
I'm very pleasantly surprised with the combat that Boom has been able to get out. It's gonna sting a bit if it doesn't pull through, because on paper I do think Boom should be able to win this. Right now, Namiga is getting some life back inside of them, 9-3 up. But yeah, it's been a bit of a weird second half, I should say.
It has indeed potentially overtime on the horizon as well, with how close things are and how everything's lining up as well. So that would be quite interesting if we have map number 1 of the day going overtime. I'm not sure how the other games are going. I am curious to see potentially how the other games are sort of holding up as well. Because as we said, we've got a really high caliber of teams in this closed qualifier as well. I know there was a little bit of rejigging going on with who was actually going to be playing it recently. Some last minute stand-ins coming in as well. Of course, not in this game. These two teams have been locked in for quite some time. But yes, hopefully we'll be back very shortly because I want to know how this map ends. I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Yeah, me too. Also, talking about a bit of an update, this is just HLTV, so we might be a bit behind on everything and the scores, but I do see 2 first maps have finished, so Amco won their first map against Intilio, and Forza also quite convincingly won their first map too, against Espionage. Guild Eagles against Ruby is going overtime, so if we go overtime, we might not even be the only ones.
Ruby is a team that's really shocked me that I think
For sure.
absolutely stormed the qualifiers, and I don't use that word lightly. Actually, it was incredible to witness, and to see them taking it to overtime versus Guild Eagles have admittedly struggled a bit recently. I think has sort of been the general consensus. But again, a team of that sort of caliber, it's very interesting to see. Nonetheless, we said that it was going to be an interesting bracket, and we've sort of been rewarded here. We've been pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, that's also good. But of course, you know, even also for our match, no matter what way map 1 goes, who knows what's gonna happen on the second map? Because right now, we've pretty much seen it all. We've seen stellar first halves, and then things just completely turning up its head in the second half. Nothing is guaranteed. That's sort of, I think, the thing we can take from this.
I think people just don't like CT side. I think CT side has some sort of witchcraft has happened, and that CT side is just everyone loses every round on CT side now. That's just how it is. We don't make the rules, we just follow them. But yes, we've had a little bit of a longer tech pause here, so it must be something pretty serious, potentially switching over servers as well. But of course, we have a wonderful production and wonderful League Ops team working diligently in the background to make sure that everything is fixed. Massive shout out to, of course, the heroes behind the scene that make this possible. Of course, we get the very glamorous job of just turning up and talking. But of course, there are some very hardworking people that are making this run in the background. I don't know how they do it. Magic to me. But yeah, so hopefully we'll be back very soon. But I don't know. It could go either way. I could potentially, given how map number 1 has gone, because we came into this like, yeah, Bet Boom will take this 2-0, right? The map veto favors them. The statistics favor them. All recent history suggests that this should be Bet Boom's for the taking quite easily. And then we got the 9-3 lead. And now I'm starting to think that maybe a 3-map series isn't off the cards just yet.
It could be. Like, honestly, Namiga very much surprised me in half 1. I thought this was going to be very straightforward 2-0, perhaps, for Bet Boom. just based off of experience and how recent this Namiga squad have sort of formed together and the amount of experience that they have under the belt as this new squad. Very limited, you know. I think that most of their experience is really playing in ECA Advanced, and if that's sort of your experience in comparison to BetBoom, who's been playing a bunch of Tier 1 events as well, it's not quite the same caliber. But, you know, an Amiga is a team that is sort of used to these kinds of environments. These open and close qualifiers, definitely not a strange space for them. So maybe with that, they can have a bit of a cheeky upper
My
hand.
worry with Namiga is they've had a very strong start, and we can tell that they've definitely got the stamina. As we said, the open qualifiers for everything, for this, for the RMRs as well. They have been long days, and with them making deep runs in all of them, it has been, what, like 10, 12-hour days, multiple days in a row. So they've got the stamina, but they don't have any experience with best of threes recently. It has all been best of one. So having 2 best of threes back to back, especially with a little bit of a shallow map pool as well, that's where I think that BetBoom is going to be able to exploit this, and potentially whoever they face, if they end up in the lower bracket as well, or even in the upper bracket, I feel like this is something they could exploit, because looking at the map vetoes, they don't line up nicely for Namiga. They were likely to be playing maps that they hard ban anyway, or that we don't see them play very often. So map number 2, of course, is going to be Mirage, and that's one that they really don't like playing. So getting this in early would be really useful for them. And honestly, I think the only way that I can see them winning the series is if they take this, because if it goes to a third map, I don't know, Nuke's not looking good for them either in terms of statistics, so it's I think this is very much all or nothing for them.
In the past 3 months, which just hasn't been great. For BetBoom, it's 9 times. I think most of their maps they played like a minimum of 9 times, almost 10. Just a lot of hours put into the game, and just, you know, as a team to get all these officials in is just really, really useful. And Amiga just perhaps lacks those hours for the time being, but they can still have the firepower and the confidence, and maybe with them being in sort of this underdog position, that is maybe sometimes what you need in order to thrive. You know, you have perhaps nothing to lose. You just want to go in, see how far you can get, and that could also be a force of power.
I do believe we might be heading back into the game, however. There we go. 11-9 on the scoreboard, of course, to Namiga. This is a very important round for BetBoom. They definitely have the money on a couple of these players to buy into the next rounds as well after this, even if they lose. They really don't want to be trying to play for overtime.
Yeah, very crucial round here, but we want to stall them from getting, of course, onto map point. And they're going to do with aggression into mid. There's still a player lurking behind. Flammers gets tagged, but 2 kills make it 3. They go the way of Namiga. That's a stellar start. Exactly what Namiga want. Try to lock in this map.
They do indeed. And now it's a 2v5, albeit Flammer's very low HP. Not sure if you can count that, but you know, it's the pressure that it has as well. Everywhere they look, there's people sort of waiting for them as well. Look at this. Leah knows that they're potentially pushing mid as well. Beautiful nades coming out. Just held at bay here. Enemies in front, enemies behind, enemies on the sides. What do you really do here?
This is hope for people to push and see if you can punish them. But it will take a very big effort here to fall back from a, well, now 1v5, the bomb dropped as well, in a place where you are currently not sitting, and also not expecting a Flammus around the corner.
That was a beautiful little swing there. I love the confidence that they jumped into that with. But that is map point, which, again, not something that I think we expected to see coming out from the Migo of all teams. But yes, map point coming out. The money, not in a good place either. If you have a look at it, lots of these players will be playing on upgraded pistols and SMGs. And that is not what you want when you're trying to fight for map number 1. Albeit we did say this is Namiga's map pick, but with the Mirage and Nuke up ahead, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I said at the start, it's a team that people underestimate a lot. I think we underestimated them, which is our bad. But,
I mean, the statistics, of course, don't lie, the experience as well, but you never know what can happen in the server like this. Namika definitely, back on that T side, they were just super strong when it came down to that overwhelming aggression that Bepim just couldn't find answers to. Now, with them switching onto CT side, I definitely have a bit more trouble trying to sort of counter what Bepim is doing and trying to find their own flow within this side. But still, with that big lead, it does guarantee you a smaller margin to get it over the finish line. Perhaps can be done here in this round. Mega sitting tight, does spot ahead. Khan with that will go for a swing. Lands one, not quite a second, but Xanta has his back, and so does Risky Bob.
Look at that, the Molotov burned down Chiron solo as well. Has managed to pick up an AK. I think Xanta knows where they are, and cornered as well. Enemies on all sides, and that'll be Namiga. 2 beautiful kills to end it, and take map number 1. Villas. What on earth have we just witnessed there? Namiga taking a map off of BetBoom, albeit their map pick. But crazy. It got a little bit scary there, though, as well, because they definitely dragged that out. Namiga could have closed that a lot earlier as well if that sort of early second half had gone differently.
Yeah, I think so as well. That lead was so big, and yes, BetBoom made up for it, but just up until the tie point, and that's when Amiga, they felt the pressure, they called for a timeout, slow things down, and that was just the right call. And Amiga really trying to flip things up. And with that, they have secured map number 1. Now, Mirage is coming up next, but not before we head to a very short break. See you then.
auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristas. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
welcome back everybody to the IEM Chengdu closed qualifiers. My name is Billy, once again here with Affinity, as we soon will be moving into map number 2. Now, map 1, Ancient. Bit of a surprise.
Yes.
I don't think anyone really saw this coming. Bet Boom, we thought they had that comeback going, but unfortunately still fell flat. And Amiga held on to that massive lead they gained in the first half, and now they're trying to get ready for map 2. Maybe they could close it out in 2, but it's going to be a tough deal because Mirage is a map they don't really play at all. Then again, Bet Boom, who plays significantly more than Amiga, couldn't do it on map 1 either. So what does that say now for this second map to come?
I really don't know. It's anybody's game. Now, I'm very hesitant. Ancient, I was willing to give them a little bit of room there, Namiga. Little bit of hope, you know, because of how much they've played it recently. And had pretty good results as well, of course, in the open qualifiers. However, now we're going on to a map that they really, really don't like playing. And albeit, we only really have sort of open qualifiers to talk about. And there's a lot of arguments, you know, you don't tend to want to play Mirage in an open qualifier because, you know, you can come up against randoms and it's sort of everyone's bread and butter, really. But again, we didn't expect them to take Ancient, so maybe this momentum, maybe this hype, you know, I'm willing to huff the copium a little bit here. The stats do not look in their favor, though, and I cannot emphasize that enough. This doesn't look great for them going into it, but, you know, on paper, there's one thing. What we saw in practice is another. So I'm willing to hope. What about you?
I kind of agree. The stats and the history definitely doesn't lie in this particular case. Mirage is just barely played, but Mirage is also it's sort of at the bottom as far as win rate goes for BetBoob. Still played quite a fair amount, similar like Ancient in fact, but now seeing their Ancient, it doesn't make me very, very hopeful. And Namiga gets to start CT side Mirage. Technically, I mean, I do think Mirage is relatively 50-50, but after what we have seen, Namiga definitely needs to crank up the CT side a bit, though, because on Ancient it fell a bit flat for at least the beginning, with especially the pistol and not quite getting the momentum going. But perhaps, you know, if they do win this pistol here on CT, maybe things could have a completely different start.
Absolutely. I think that it's very much, I think the first couple of rounds will define the map. Of course, everything could change in the latter half as we saw come back on Ancient, but I don't know. Mirage, one that I don't get to see very often. I don't know if you've noticed that, is that nobody likes playing Mirage anymore.
Get rid of it already. That's what I want to say.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
Well, I said
I'm a Mirage apologist. I quite like it. I quite like it.
Like, it's not that Mirage is a bad map, but I do think it's time for a change. And like people kept saying, get rid of Vertigo for a very long time, but I think right now we're in a point where Vertigo is actually quite good to play. A lot of teams pick into it, and I think then sort of maybe the map to go out next is then Mirage. It's just a bit outdated.
Mirage is not a bad map. It's just a bad map, but no one likes it.
It's more so that people just don't like playing it anymore.
Yeah.
I do think Inferno is maybe not in the best places either at the moment.
It's not.
Inferno feels very claustrophobic, like Banana and top mid and stuff is... I don't know, since the changes with CS2. But Mirage is just... I don't know, man. I want something else. I've seen Mirage... like for God knows how long.
I get it. Inferno, I think, is a very interesting one, and there was a very steep drop off when CS2 hit, and as you said, claustrophobic, everything a little bit narrower, and you know, trying as a T, you know, a couple of nades down Banana can ruin your round at the start of every round as well. And so a lot of teams have, even teams that were very Inferno heavy, have shied away from it like that. It was dropped in an instant. You know, you and I were looking at the maps right before, of course, ESL Impact. And teams that have been playing it throughout the whole thing, just sudden drop off on playing it. No one touches it anymore. So unless changes are made, potentially I could see that being the next map out. But You know, I'm not a fan of Vertigo, so you know I've still got my fingers crossed that that one's next on the chopping block.
Vertigo's a good map, at least now, but it's... Okay, well, you don't agree.
We've got to play good cop, bad cop here. We've got to play good cop, bad cop. I know that a lot of people are really enjoying it, but it's and it's definitely a lot better since CS2 has dropped. But you know, I could never find the love for it. You know, I could never enjoy it. Although it's the only map that you can jump off the side of, so it does have that.
And you have a little counter that counts how many people.
True.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's
okay.
Fun. But yeah, it's that choices for everyone to make. But if you would be able to bring back a map or something else, like
question, because whatever I say
Pone has been working on the Santorini map as well. I've been seeing, so who knows what else could come in? Maybe a new map, but I think people are sort of dying for an all map like Train or Cash to come back.
Whatever I say is wrong
if it
here.
were to
Whatever
be perhaps in the old version. But...
Whatever map I say I want to come back out is wrong here. Because if I say I want Train to come back, everyone's like, but what about Cash or Cobble? And then if I say I objectively didn't like Cobble, and people, I think, have a little bit of rose-tinted glasses about it, then everyone hates me as well. But, you know, I said Train. I want Train to come back.
Train? I agree. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to change anytime soon. It's definitely the patch notes are a good sign, but... we are stuck on Mirage for now. We are back on Ye Olde Faithful. Kicking it off, of course, with Namiga on the CT side. A recipe for a good start here, potentially.
Let's see. Namiga had a slow kickoff on the CT side over on the previous map, but thus far so good. A push from Flammers up into Palace. But now, as the trades do come through, the firepower is there. Betboom still a player up right now, and this is scary. That's one making a double. Car being the hero of the round, setting Siren into CT. Now he does have the bomb on his back, could make a run for it, but Santa perhaps in time here to catch him off guard. Footsteps heard, but the shot needs to land. It is half HP down for Siren. Oh, but he turns around.
The reload peak failing them. And look at that, a plant off the back of just being able to slip away there. And Khan has already just done so much left to try close this out.
No, 1 versus 1. There's a kid on the back of Khan. Massive. Oh, and he lands a shot like no other. That is the start that Amiga want very desperately. And of course, it's only the beginning. There's a bomb plant in the pocket here for Betboom. But certainly a great confidence booster heading into map 2.
It is, and I think that bomb plant will award them the ability to force into this, that they will be taking, I have a feeling, judging by Danis already having that Galil bought. So it means that hopefully they can put up a little bit more resistance, as opposed to what we saw in map number 1, where they just let the first half get away from them at the start there. We will see them be awarded a little bit of luxury here to maybe stop any hemorrhaging early.
Peeking right by the smoke thus far. No one going to contest for mid, with the exception then of Nafani. Counter flash into A. I love that. So immediately, as soon as all the util starts to fly out, Namiga has plans, has protocols into place, and well, for the majority they deal quite well with all this aggression. That is now the last player standing. Has the bomb on his back. But where are those 2 last remaining seasons? Ooh, hurt, but not quite eliminated. Risky Bob will take the advantage of that. And that's 2-0.
Flamus has been absolutely incredible with these opening picks as well. Managing to get the opening, of course, beautiful shot the first round, 2 for this one. And really just being sort of a nuisance, stopping Betboom from finding any foothold on the site. And when they do, they've already lost players as well. This player disadvantage, absolutely brutal. And of course, as we can see, the money situation can be brutal for them as well. Not quite being able to close out that force buy. I like this advanced position here from Risky Bob, taking that mid control and there, wanting to push the issue a little bit here as well, bring the fight to Betboom.
This is a very, well, it's in his name. It's risky. That, as was Timberley has his back. Oh, and the nade will be juicy. Oh, not quite. Not quite finishing off Kyron, but the rifle will do instead. And, well, it looks like they will deal with it at ease.
Shots fired off, not quite able to connect anything is Siren. There's enemies on all sides. It's just a matter of what he dies to. And actually, dying to the SMG there may be a little bit of a mercy because that HE was heading right for his head. And the third round to Namiga, a brilliant start once again to this map.
Yeah, the strong starts. Now we just need to see if they can hang on to it. It's a buy round coming up next here for BetBoom. So let's see what protocols they have coming into this map. We know they love to play this. We've seen it a bunch of times. Can they counter Namiga's defensive side? Oh, they go aggressive here as well. Flammers pushing down. MP9 maybe not want to sit close. Oh, but that's util heard. Flashes come through. MP9 prevails. That's a double. And immediately they get out of the situation. Sure, one trade comes on through, making a double. BetBoom still has the numbers up on the board. Can try and still go for this bomb stun, especially with all those smokes coming into play.
Absolutely, there is a little bit of utility, actually quite a lot of utility here from the Namiga to go for this retake as well. Trying to stop that plant going down, but unfortunately not quite in a position that they could get. And come on, tag down very low here.
Trying to get a chip damage, but Namiga want to go for this. They have to do it quite fast. There's a kit on the back of Xanta. Down here into CT, but Siren catches Risky Bob a bit off guard, and now two players remain stuck in the same choke point. They have no choice but to run away.
And it does kind of look a little bit like they're sending Siren to this B site to try and make sure that none of these weapons escape as well.
Terrorists win.
Although I don't think going to be awarded with any more kills there, but makes it expensive. BetBoom getting around on the board a lot earlier now, which is very good to see. And
Don't forget, this is how Ancient also started off with 3 rounds for Namiga, but been finding 1, and then Namiga just kept rolling on rolling after. They made one mistake, and then they just still won the half-now one. But perhaps Mirage can be a different affair. BetBoom really needs to start believing in themselves. Let all that experience shine through. How are they going to be doing it? Currently, just a bit of a default. Players down in Ram, but once again, aggression comes through and need as well to follow up. And good damage already dealt here in favor of Namiga.
Absolutely, and BetBoom kept at bay, and we've seen this quite a lot, is that the rounds that they've managed to keep them from having any foothold, which, if you have a look, they really don't have much map control here. I say that Siren wanting to push the issue a little bit, but not going to take anything more than that, really not in a position to fight for anything further. Going to fall back and try regroup with the team. Ooh, Nafani has a nice little position here. Could potentially find a kill.
Still have that player advantage, but the HP is not lying. Still a tricky spot for them to be in. Now 40 seconds. We've seen them wait quite a bunch of times till the 30, maybe even 20-second mark. A very tough spot to be in. Noise being made, that's for certain. Leah will hear all of that. Just be patient. Oh, and now the spam comes on through. Risky Bob actually picking up Chiron, but it's a double trade here. But there's 15 seconds. Can they set foot? Well, maybe it doesn't even matter.
I was gonna say, the timer was getting low there, but BetBoom break their curse, managed to get a second round on the board there. Siren has been absolutely incredible in turning the tides here. Definitely the most impact that we're seeing, other than maybe Flammers, who hasn't quite been able to find the same impact with those opening picks as well as he had in the first couple of rounds. Timeout coming out. I like this being used from the Namiga early on to try figure out maybe where there's a little bit of a crack in the armor. But their money not looking in a good place. This is the other thing, is that we saw the first half very much go in a similar direction, but they were on the T side where the economy is a little bit easier to manage, a little bit more forgiving as well. Now that they're starting on the CT side, they don't quite have that same luxury. So if that momentum falters even slightly, had put them in situations like this where they don't have the money to try contend for this. So BetBoom should have a pretty quiet round on their hands here. Not what a P250 being bought.
One stack up on that A-bomb site. Back out of con, they were tempted to perhaps go for a bit of a double swing, but go for the passive angle instead. Just hope that they're going to be walking into the right bomb site. But for the time being, it seems like that won't be the case. Bomb into apartments. And with also that mid presence, it's looking and smelling a lot like that B-bomb site.
It does indeed, but the rotate's already coming on over as well. Nice little call here from Namiga. They've been really good on the reads. Ooh, Chiron spotted a second there as well. Not quite able to close it out. I say that. Ends up getting risky for me. Instead, Siren's pushed up so far. Blood spill everywhere on the site here. Tries to go for a little bit more. Can't get it, but Danist to help out. Bomb plant just coming in at the end. There's, well, maybe? I don't actually think that went down.
That wasn't bad for Namiga. 2 kills. Sort of
considering it was an eco,
scenario you are hoping for to at least deal some damage. But yeah, now time for another buy round. Also has the ult in the hands of Khan. So as far as weaponry goes, this is quite even.
Is indeed. Exhaust is still on the T side AWP. Nice little boost up here. Having a peek mid. Not going to be awarded with anything, however. I say that. Khan with a pick onto Siren. A very unique angle to be playing this AWP with.
And there is actually a player right above him, so that's a very scary position now to be in, because his scoping definitely would be heard. And that would also being another player down. Khan has to retreat, maybe regain that ground into middle as his connector player went down. Then again, needs to be aware of his back, because he has a faint feeling there might be presence there as well. Luckily he has Xanta now to help him out here from window. But take things slow. I kind of like this. Plays with the minds of Namiga a bit.
Does indeed. Namiga, they are very much gearing up for this B hit. BetBoom gearing up for this B hit. Namiga are very far removed from the situation, have no presence over towards this. There isn't a kit available either, so if they can get this plant down, I have a feeling it might be quite an early save called here from Namiga.
They're already on their side. Nothing they can do right now, and, well, not too long before BetBoom finds out there's not a single bit of presence here. Still go for the fake, but
well.
yeah, Namiga not moving an inch with that.
They won't even bother going for this one. Just going to save those weapons. BetBoom, they have potentially the money to go hunting for a couple of these, but with how far away Namiga is, I really don't think even if they did, it would yield results. I think they're just wanting to make sure that this stays safe, solidify their lead as well, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, the first time that we've seen them take the lead this entire series.
It is. This is a good sign here for BetBoom. Up on T-side Mirage, definitely getting yourself started after Namiga won the early rounds here once again on Mirage. And also surviving the majority of the players, you know, money starting to get into a very healthy place. So thus far, BetBoom doesn't have to worry too much.
They don't indeed. Namiga flying back into this as well. Maybe a little lighter on the utility on some players I might expect to see. Actually, Farmer's just going to go for a deagle here. So it's not exactly a perfect buy. They're making sure that they keep the economy stable enough that they don't end up hemorrhaging rounds if they lose this. Off the back of having nothing to buy. Nice little HE to spark the smoke, but not actually going to yield any results there. They really do like this boost. Over towards mid with that move. Ooh. Siren jump scared a little bit by that.
Has the support here from top middle, so Zorte will smoke off his window so he could creep in a bit closer. Continue with the mission of getting that mid control down.
There is a player catwalk that they have to be a little bit worried about. Risky Bob, however, quite far removed. The smoke really stopping anything. Xanta pushed heavily off the angle there. Takes a lot of damage as well. With that spot there onto Calm, everything just sort of falls apart here.
Once again, 2 openings. Still a bit doubtful as to where to go. Bomb was actually making its way back to A. That's completely cleared out. Lear is in ramp technically, but of course only with a pistol.
Element of surprise, mayhaps, though. Would have heard that jump down. Oh, it's perfect. That's the
That's
AWP.
an AWP. Oh, well. He is immediately taken out, but Dan is 4 HP. Who knows what he can now do? That's the first. Risky Bob, 38 HP, does have armor, but no kit. Needs to certainly get this kill going quite soon, but Dennis plays this to perfection. That's 5-3 for BetBoom as they continue their lead.
Definitely good signs of life there from Namiga, though. Managing to swing that retake even into their favor, albeit only for a little bit of time, and ultimately, of course, losing. But still very good to see them making even the rounds they're losing expensive as well. Economy subsequently in a stable enough position. If they lose this round, it's still going to be uncomfortable, but they have afforded themselves a little bit of breathing room.
Oh, well, that's the AWP spotted, but Khan is away before you know it. No possibility to trade. Well, eventually, Zorte will actually find him. And that is suddenly, once again, turning things up its head. BetBoom with a player advantage. Putting pressure up on Amiga. They will peek one by one, but eventually will trade. But how much can they do? They have mid, but BetBoom has the site.
And there's not a kit available once again for them. So many rounds just lost to the fact that they've just not been able to stop BetBoom sort of breaking down at this defense and onto the side. Lovely flash there. Will allow Siren to reach closer, but Xanta, especially with the health advantage there, it's absolutely perfect. But picks up the AWP, is going to run away. Knows that there's no shot at this. And would rather just make sure that they have a little bit of extra firepower. Maybe that potential bit of impact there for Calm going into round number 10, I do believe.
Amiga seems super hyper-fixated up on middle. Like, continuously get... Oh, well, that's a bit rough. Well,
That's a little
not going to
bit
be
more,
hurting
though.
them too much, but, you know, economy-wise. But yeah, Namiga consistently are losing up on mid, have to regain control mid, and by the time they finally have control over mid...
They've lost the sight, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. It's like they're always... You know, BetBoom is just a step ahead.
They are indeed, and it's definitely from the fact we said that Namiga don't really play this map. They don't like playing this map. BetBoom, however, very comfortable to take teams onto it. And you can see that strap hook just a little bit deeper, just a little bit more polished and refined. And lovely trade spacing as well, may I say. The trades coming out from BetBoom, absolutely incredible.
This time, Namiga do find that one kill up on Zorte. Massive impact here with how Zorte has been doing quite well throughout the series. Nafani will find a trade. Makes things even, but Flammers once again here to answer. Namiga this time has that player advantage. Will send BetBoom packing to group up towards a ramp, it seems. There's still 2 players having their eyes up on this site.
Ooh, Khan, I think, spotted one there as well. Looks where the wrong second. Does manage to get the first, however. Enemies on all sides, but has the backup there of Flammus. Unfortunately, will eventually fall to Chiron, but as we said, Flammus, the backup, absolutely incredible. The nail in the coffin. That's a 4th round on the board to Namiga, making sure that this doesn't get too out of hand. Trying to keep that gap fairly small as well.
And this time, Namiga just sort of let it be. But had very good crossfire setups over on, especially that A-bomb site. So it worked out really, really well with the trades and therefore gaining, well, a player advantage or two. Now though, Khan, he seems to be quite on fire with that up. 10 kills here already. Can't quite say the same for Zorte. Definitely hasn't been having the worst game, but also not the best game. Not the game of life that Khan is currently having. Definitely bringing the impact here for Nemiga. And with that player advantage, make it another.
Ooh. He's got
Is it
better
continuous
timing
strike?
here. He's going to be able to take down Flammus. And he's so unaware as well.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he could have got away unnoticed as well. Does get the kill nonetheless. But what a little weasel into window there. What an
It's so scary. Both of these two players are very much separated from one another.
Do you think that Flammus spotted him on the turnaround there? Because he panic fired, I think. I don't think he noticed.
Uh-oh. Well, Khan, who have been praising, did have a faint feeling down his stomach that someone was going to get behind, but does lose that battle. 2-on-2, Xanta still a step ahead, leaving it all on the shoulders of Siren. Creeping into CT, knows the player is there, catches him off guard, and now one more to deal with. He knows where Xanta was last seen, swings, and grabs the kill. That's the clutch down for Bet Boom. 7 rounds now up on the board. That's the lead confirmed going into half number 2.
Siren, absolutely incredible this map as well. 14 and 822 ADR, my gosh. And has really been having that impact as well, getting the kills when needed. Very crisp mechanically as well today. I don't know if you've noticed. A little bit more quiet over on Ancient, but really coming into their own a little bit now. And as you said, yeah, taking the lead at the half, especially on the T side. As you said, this is definitely one of the closest maps. It is still very close to 50-50. Always has been. But to take the lead nonetheless would be quite nice. 7-5 would be ideal for Nemiga here. And if they can take the pistol round, that gap will close right up as well. Bet Boom maybe wanting to try get a little bit more of a lead, be a little bit more comfortable, because of course, going on to T side, it should be the least favourable side, but nothing that we've seen today backs up that and supports that.
Exactly, I was about to say, Nemiga T side was steamrolling Bet Boom, so I am very curious to see what's going to happen after we switch halves. And Bet Boom find that confidence once again. Last round looked good. Managed to finally find a punish again. Ooh, they go in nice and hot in Amiga. Do find one kill. With a lot of players already ready and aiming.
They let Lear just get away with daylight robbery there as well. And it puts a complete damper on their plan because they now have to back away a little bit.
Another game plan of perhaps going A. Might be in the bin. And Bepim as well, on the back of that, have 0 map control. They do have Nafany just holding out for a flank. But that's it. They can't quite divert from this plan at all. Just have to go for it late. And the thing is, Nemiga sort of knows. We have a player faintly holding window. That's risky, Bob. But the majority of the eye is still up on this A-bomb site.
Absolutely. So no matter where they go, Betboom is going to be met with violence. And then there's 45 seconds on the clock, but that's really not a lot of time given how much they have left to do here. All choosing individual paths here, each finding their own route over towards this A site. Utility coming out here, hopefully going to buy them a bit of space, but look at that. Xanta and Sandwich. Gonna cause some issues, I can't help but feel.
Oh, for sure. Gun barrel sticking out. That's the first. Yes, there's a trade, but the time continues to chip on low. Risky Bob finds another trade. Make it a double as Lear finds another. Nafany is now by himself, but he was the lurk player. He was the one in charge of rotations. Now left to deal it all by himself. Finds one. Hold on. 6 HP in a dream? Not quite.
Oh,
5 to 7 here in halftime. It's close, but we're not done yet. Catch us after this break. right, time for the second half. It's a small margin between the two teams, but BetBoom currently leading here on their own map pick, and they certainly would love to win this in order to take us to a third. But Namiga certainly has been, well, keeping it to a close distance, trying to stay behind, and maybe in T-side, that's where they're going to be shining.
Absolutely, and we talked a lot about this being a map that BetBoom play. They don't particularly, they've chosen it once. They picked it once against VP. But also, it's a map that they tend to just float. They don't ban it. They don't tend to pick it either. It's one that they just sort of float. So this was very much an exploiting Namiga for a weakness that was blatant, right? Because Mirage is always their second ban. You know, perma ban for Namiga is Overpass. Then it's always Mirage directly afterwards, right? So this was very much not a, we're picking this map because we like it and we're good at it. If so, I think they would have gone with Nuke instead of floating it as a decider. This is very much a glaring weakness in Namiga's supposed map pool, I think.
Yeah,
that they just decided, we'll go for that. We are still waiting.
Certainly have to agree. Yeah, I mean, we sadly have a bit of a tech issue, I assume, once again. The specifier has been.
I think it's us. I think we're jinxing it, Phyllis. I think it's us. Just our mere presence on a broadcast seems to bring tech issues.
Yeah.
We're every tournament organizer's worst nightmare. I believe we are actually getting underway, though. There we go. The timer is ticking, actually. A nice little click, click, click that says that we are ready to go. But this is going to be an interesting one. If Namiga can get a bomb plant and secure this round, I have a feeling that they will close this gap up, no problem. If BetBoom takes this, it's going to be a little bit more of an uphill battle if Namiga wants to try to take this series 2-0. And, of course, take this map. So a lot rides on this for Namiga. And they're just going to rush B.
That's what it seems like. It contact for the time being, but they have a smoke double flash. Just waiting for the timing. Oh, there's a connect already here in lower in favor of Namiga. Now they will start to make that move as they send that underpass player packing. Can't find a follow-up shot, and this is looking dangerous. Namiga immediately bringing the heat into half number 2.
And look at Flammers on absolute fire there. And it's just Daints left. Not much that you can do here. No kit, no HP, and so many people coming at you. Oh, I say that. 2 beautiful back-to-back headshots, but Leah not going to let that one fly. Not going to let that round slip too far out of their grasp. And as we said, we wanted a bomb plant. We wanted a clean round with lots of bodies left alive for Namiga to start this half. And that is exactly what we were given. This is the perfect recipe for them to close this gap. Maybe even take a little bit of a cheeky lead.
So surely the scoreline would be even after this. As in my book, no way that BetBoom will take this. But who knows? Maybe a bit of damage. I think that's the most that BetBoom here can hope for. Already stacking up here to kind of halt the choke points from middle. But instead, into Palace, into Ram, Namiga will go. Lear's the only one up in middle to sort of keep them busy. But I think by the time that they have gotten a kill. Oh, well, pistols do a little bit more damage, but surely the bomb will be planted now, leaving Siren USP in a dream.
Ooh, nice little dink there, but not quite able to get away with anything more than that. But 3 kills, definitely nice. If they'd been able to get 1 more, that would have been an absolute dream come true for BetBoom. But a little bit of damage there. The pistols, as you said, more dangerous than maybe we anticipated. But 7-7 on the scoreboard. Namiga not wanting to play on the back foot anymore, wanting to take this map by storm. This will be the first real test of the metal here, with the follow by coming out from BetBoom as well.
Nades flying about. And look at this, so much mid presence now for BetBoom. Pushing actually into top of middle. No one spotted just yet, but they do see that smoke flying over, knowing position of at least one player. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. Oh, and that's a double sorted blind through the smoke. Are you kidding me? Absolutely wild. And BetBoom with that have a great advantage here leading into this round.
That went from bad to worst for Namiga. The missed molly, the double kill from Zorti, absolutely beautiful. And now they have so many bodies on this site waiting to try hold them back. Flamus with one just to try bite back a little bit, but they're still very much at a disadvantage here.
Who knows? There's plenty of time. They could just slow things down for a little bit. Still hoping to set foot on this A-bomb side. But the wild thing is they have a player over on B. Just casually waiting up in apartments. Like, I kind of hope to maybe see Risky Bob into Underpass or something like that to kind of catch rotations, but...
It's very odd, yeah.
I think with the 30-second mark, you would love to have your third player to get the side going now. There's a very large lack of utility. Card at least will get that one kill, but not before Flamus, his teammate, will fall. Risky Bob, finally activated, will catch that rotation, but still... Can Cobb plant the bomb?
And look at that. Bomb dropped as well. It's going to have to be 2 quick kills as well. 6 seconds. He has to just go for it. Not going to be able to secure it. And that was the timer looming over their heads there. As you said, Risky Bob finally activating, but I can't help but feel too little too late there.
There was so little util for Namiga to get that bomb planted. Yeah, I think in that scenario you need your third player in order to clear out the site. Because if you're going to be entering with 30 seconds, have no smokes, no mollies, you just need to hope that one player can hold all of those players off, which is a very tough job. And Colin on the back of that was just incredibly low. So, yeah, in this case, I think they can almost be lucky that it ended up in a 1v1. Because, yeah, my book, it seemed like Betboom was going to be taking that any day of the week. Still close. Scoreline with that also still remains close. Though the money maybe not the best here for Namiga. 2 players can't quite afford the best buy in the world. But at least we'll have some firepower.
True. That definitely was a little bit of an unfortunate one. But as you said, signs of life. Early aggression, that Molotov not going to quite allow Risky Bob to sit pretty there, but maybe forces him into an angle a little bit advantageous in the long run. Santa, I think, can hear the jumping, spotted the head as well. Not wanting to fire off any bullets, though.
Majority up in middle.
Very
I haven't seen
quiet.
too much B action as of just yet. Xanta is the only one. I was hoping for a bit of a cheeky lurk. Ooh. Does land a shot up on Danis. But more so, just tries to keep those CTs busy as hoping for an opening. We'll grab that here from ladder. So Zorta with that out. Pressure put onto those A players. They're a bit out of position. Stuck now in dark and towards ramp. They're not quite being punished just yet. Risky Bob just hoping to clear it out. Oh, that's the opportunity of a lifetime. Is 1 HP. Needs to really make sure that he stays alive. But that's 2 players.
It is indeed. And it's going to fall back to try group up with the team as well. And look at that. The B a little bit weaker and a little bit worse for wear here as well now. And especially with Danis being taken down there. They have a free site. Chiron smoked off as well. And Risky Bob, even with that 1 HP, such a threatening presence as well. A little bit of a dance around the door there. But Flammer's going to get the kill, and suddenly it's just Siren left, so far removed from the situation. Single smoke, no kit, just going to hold on to this weapon.
Yeah. That's sort of the most you can hope for, because the money is looking rough for Betboom. Especially after they won the previous round. That is, well, it's all the loss bonus gone, down the drain, nothing left here. And Amiga, with that, will have a bit of a better buy going into the next round, that's for certain. Perhaps then having the edge over Betboom here in that second half.
I am very excited to see this. I like that they're keeping it neck and neck. The problem with this, though, is that it doesn't favor the money situation here for Betboom. With this game of cat and mouse with rounds, it does leave them quite economically weak. So we really want to see Betboom trying to pull a couple of rounds away here, trying to build up something here. Because if this game keeps going like this, it's going to be them stuck in money limbo, really. I love seeing this from them. I love seeing, I'm gonna call the underdog team, dark horse team. I love seeing them fight like this on a map that we never get to see them play. They're bringing out incredible results, and that's got to be kind of scary for BetBoom.
Straight out. A execute coming on through. Flam is certainly aware someone could be close. Peeking bit by bit, and there we go. 2 kills coming on through. Thus far, dealing with the defense set up here by BetBoom. Still yet to really make a move on the side, but that goes without any pressure whatsoever. And just players stuck behind the smoke. Not for that much longer. Nate will sort of get all that sense of security out, and the flank is perfect. Current, 1 kill, not quite more. But that's nice. That's 4 players alive. A near to clean round. Amiga finding that confidence to turn around the momentum. But BetBoom stay within touching distance, just around behind. Have money once again. But can they get back on the board?
Utility's a little light for them as well, which I think might cause some potential issues. Because Namiga, they are fully stacked here as well. As we said, this game of cat and mouse very much favors them at the moment. Ooh, lots of mid-aggression coming out here from BetBoom, and then I like it. I think it might potentially catch them off guard, but Namiga pull back a little bit, so actually it's not going to yield much results.
Ooh, great trade here by Risky Bob, but Dennis still on the back of the slide. Is the one to just do it. Teammates gets mollied off, and now he's getting caught off guard himself. Kyron then the one here to stand tall up on the side. Can he do it by himself though? Needs to hang on for quite a while. And surprisingly the bomb is making its way back, and no, Nafany, he was holding out for that rotation. He's been so good in these positions, only this time maybe fixated on the radar for just a second.
But look,
Losing that opportunity.
They have such... Kyron's got a nice position here, but also Lear's presence there as well. There will be a nice little crossfire established. No doubt.
How deep does Lear want to go? Actually goes for a window. Sneaks through CT, gets a good repositioning. So he has an angle then on default, which is great.
Kyron just has to back away, surely. There's no way that he can go for this. 1v2. There's a utility available, but there's no kit. And again, we talked about the money situation being pretty bad for them. Saving this AK might be the only hope they really have going into the next round. It will actually secure Namiga a lead. Once again, and albeit we've seen Namiga, even with a nice little lead, lose it a little bit. So I have a feeling BetBoom not going to try let them get too far away. But that is double digits. And it should potentially be 11 rounds here as well. I don't see...
Yeah. How much can they do with this money?
It's an
awkward
sort of amount, isn't
pistols
it?
around, yeah, maybe pistols around an AK, because you can force, but that's such a high risk at this scoreline, because then Namiga will get to 12, pretty much, because then you would have to ego. And then, you know, it could be over before you know it. So it has to be pistols, it has to be preserving that economy, because otherwise Namiga could just run away with it. Now you need to hope that you can do as much damage as possible.
I like this position from Danists. If he's patient, might yield results. And I like that they're just holding these positions. They're not getting too cocky or aggressive. And that does mean that Namiga has to play into them, which of course doesn't help. Oh, Danis might have been caught out with utility there as well, but Xanta do double kill Khan and Flammus with one of their own and completely dismantle any sort of resistance that BetBoom could have put up there. They were so patient, and it yields absolutely nothing for them. Now it's just Nafany on catwalk with a deagle. Could potentially get a little bit of a kill onto Xanta here. Of course, with the low health, all it would take is a body shot. But there's just nothing else to work with right now. I say that, managed to pick up an AK actually. It does look like he wants to go for this. There's no reason not to. That deagle alone, not enough reason to save, especially when Namiga's so close to that map point. But unfortunately, Flammer's gonna take him down. 11-8 on the scoreline, and Namiga, a team that we thought was going to get 2-0'd, actually putting themselves in the perfect position here. They do have one more gun round potentially standing between them and this series. And BetBoom have to be starting to sweat here.
Yeah. You know, they had such a good comeback on Ancient. And it sort of slips away, and now they once again they maintain a very competitive scoreline, but the economy is just not quite in their favor here in the second half. We constantly see this pattern arising. Once again, them struggling, and it's sort of this round. This is the round where so much is depending on, and if they're not going to make it happen, then the economy is down the drain. They have to do it with sort of a scrappy half-buy. And I don't see that happening. So this is the round where we need to see them turn things around.
Absolutely. And they have a little bit of time to think about that, actually. A little bit of time to reflect as well. Because, of course, we're back. And this is never a good sign. But hopefully they can use this time to figure out as well. Because Namiga, they're so close to victory here as well. As we said, literally one gun round stopping them. Because the money just not in a great place there. The CT economy is really quite awful at the moment. I don't know if how your thoughts are on it. I think it's a little too punishing, actually. So
yeah,
it's going to be a difficult one. But actually, it's not going to be with us for long. I think we're already heading back over to Mirage.
Back into action.
We are
11 to 8. It's still, I mean, you would think 3 rounds not that big of a gap, but Namiga is 2 rounds away.
When you're this close,
and, yeah, we were mentioning that economy is just the thing that's going to be hurting BetBoom the most. This round is almost do or die here, so much depending on this. Going for early mid-aggression, maybe Nafany. Cheeky behind the smoke, just hoping that maybe someone is right behind her, not quite the case. Namiga playing relatively passive, do have people heading in towards underpass for a second. So I'm not going to be showing too much skin as of just yet.
Indeed. Playing quite quietly as well. Try to maybe instill a little bit of paranoia here into BetBoom. But as that utility comes out, Zorti has a little bit of a peek. And once again, utility just getting clipped on the corners of these walls here for Namiga. And it will yield a kill for Zorti. Opening pick. And Chiron ready for more.
Oh, bullets running on empty, but BetBoom with that will take advantage. Underpass completely scrunched. Namiga left with a single player alive. We'll just hope to make a run.
Not quite able there to get the double kill. Too many gun barrels pointing their way.
Yeah, that was quite rough. Just everyone down to meet grinder in towards middle. And the trade's not quite there this time around. But Namiga have a few more chances. Still, money is in a great spot. But BetBoom therefore, at least this is the first hurdle out of the way. Now I need to see them make an even scoreline.
Absolutely, and it has yielded them the ability to keep these weapons over as well and have that little bit of momentum potentially that they haven't been able to find. Namiga, however, that padding financially means that even if they lose the next round, they should still be good for one more, and then by then the loss bonus has racked up plenty. So it's definitely going to be an all-out firefight until the end here.
Tag up on Danis, just briefly.
Ooh.
Oh, and Anthony will be taken up by Carl. That is massive. Definitely settling it. A bit lacking the impact here, and once again falling a bit short. Hoping to just try and create a bit of space for the team. Penalty. Namiga, can they capitalize up on this player advantage? Though so far, have to still make a decision as to go. Maybe looking to head into the B apartments, grouping up. Looks like 4 players heading that way. Then Lear, the one in charge to deal with these rotations. 2 players potentially.
So much to do to try fight out of apps here as well. That smoke not going to help matters potentially. But that lovely little jump out the window assisted by the flashbang. But Chiron going to put a damper on that immediately. Forced back by the HE, taken down by Flamus. Immediate trade coming in though.
Khan certainly not stopping this time. 20 kills for him already. So much pressure riding here on Betboom. They really want to get their retake going. So much damage dealt, but not a single kill. Finally one for Zorte. Switches to the AK. Can he clutch out this 1v3? Further damage now up onto Flammers, but the time is ticking. Has a smoke. Oh, but it looks the wrong way. Risky Bob very much ready to pick him up, and that is 12. That is series point for Namiga.
What a sentence to say. Series point for Namiga against Betboom. Very good job there at the end there towards trying to isolate those 1v1s. I would like to just, credit where it's due. Very good attempt there, but unfortunately, just managing to get away with a sliver of health was all that they needed for that. And yeah, tactical timeout being called here by Betboom. I don't blame them. This is do or die for them. I say that. It's actually a double elimination bracket. So really, it's do or die for the series. They do have one more chance after this as well. But you really don't want to be going for that lower bracket play because then it really is all on the line.
Yeah, it is, of course, double elim, but Betboom, with the experience that this team has, you certainly are not expecting them to be in a lower bracket.
No, that is definitely not what we had on our cards. But I can't say I'm disappointed. We like a little bit of an underdog story coming out here. But yes.
And Amiga thus far has been really, really impressing us today. And who knows what else they can do later on. But they have to win this map. They have to still close it out, of course.
They've got to win it with FAMASs as well. That's the worst part.
Yeah, if you're Betboom. Well, at least the first kill definitely going their way. Nafani this time around finds that first frag. The round's certainly not over yet. Nafani continues to play quite aggressive. He is so desperate for all that information. Just sits by the smoke. Well, Xanta and Danis have a bit of a standoff. But no kill further just yet.
But so much map control here from Namiga. They've cleared out underpass. They've taken that connector control as well. Risky Bob just sat in spawn, having a nice little hold there. Nice little picnic, but making sure that the path is clear for them to push ahead. They do have to be a little bit careful because Nafni here, as we said, information has a nice little angle here. Spots the shadow, I can't help but feel.
Oh, that's a third. Nafani certainly onto something this round. Massive impact, down to 2 HP, but it doesn't matter. He's done so much for the team already. Sorte comes in from behind, leaving Lear by himself. At this point, you just want to do damage. Keep that economy as low as you can here. But keeps them within contesting range. 10 to 12. Money down the drain. Well, not quite, but on 2 players.
It's getting close. It's getting close. And as we could see, we might potentially be seeing this in 12-11 because we've got Tech 9s coming out, which is not a great sign for Namiga. Their money will not be great going into the next round either as well. Betboom finally switching up the tune a little bit here, trying to maybe fight for overtime. Nice little bit of damage exchange. It will be the opening pick there to Betboom, which is a good sign. Nice and early, and has sort of been the key to their victory in a lot of these rounds as well.
Ooh, burst on over, but spotted by Risky Bob. A very important frag to be getting. Keeping things close. Namiga with that mid control. And Betboom, how will they enter? They've been quite desperate for getting that map control in their favor. Oh, they're going to be swinging. Only this time it's 1 player. Good damage dealt. Oh, Kyra not quite aware of how much presence there already was up on Catwalk. So the kills fly back and forth. 3 to 3.
Health so low there on Khan as well. Almost a player's worth of health between them and Leah.
It's going to have to be a straight A push. Danis has a faint feeling Danis storming to that is the side where they will be heading. So 2 players strong. But Dennis is half HP.
Nice Molotov there.
Oh. Siren, that's big! A massive kill, but trades up on the table. 2 against 1. And Bet Boom's road here for a potential upper bracket is hanging on by a thread. It has to be Nefany once again to do the job. I think he might have spotted the default player. Well, certainly now he has. But met with so much Utah Flash blinding him completely. The teamwork making the dream work for Namiga. 13-10 as they close out this best of 3 in a 2-0 fashion.
That is absolutely insane. The complete opposite of what we expected to see coming out here. So that will be Betboom relegated to the lower brackets as well. That is going to be a dangerous run for them as well, because from what I've seen, the other teams aren't going to be as forgiving either. You know, we thought that maybe this was the sort of easy given round for them, but apparently not. Incredible stuff from the Miga, and actually, you know, going forward, a team that I think everyone's going to have to be very, very worried about. We said one that is underestimated time and time and time again, and yet they prevail once again.
Yeah, and to think, you know, us heading into this, and I think Twitch said as well, everyone was saying, you know, this is a team that has been, you know, not to, or how to say, like, not really together for a very, very long time. That map pool was not that deep, just not as much as officials as Betboom. But sometimes that sort of tier 1 curse can, you know, sort of hang over you.
Rear its ugly head,
Namiga, therefore, they have a lot of homework that they can do up on their opponents. You know, there's a lot of things to find, lots of demos to watch, a lot of preparation that seemed to have gone into this, which is great. Especially, you know, Mirage is a map they don't play at all whatsoever. And they come out here making this close. Sure, it definitely was a bit more of a fight in comparison to Ancient, which we expected. But for this to go down 2-0, well done by Namiga.
Absolutely incredible. And I think it speaks volumes that we talked about it. Team that's new, a team that doesn't have a deep map pool. The fact that they come out on top regardless is incredible. But I think that is about it from us, isn't it? I don't think there's much more that we can say.
No, for the time being, of course, there will be a bit of a break. I think the stream might even go offline. Because we will have another best of 3 later on. It will be a lower bracket matchup, round 1, but number 2, which is let me just quickly.
I think we're gonna get the bracket.
Double
actually,
check. Well, yeah, we get the bracket. That's fine. They will help us here.
Oh, look at that.
We love that. Oh, it's there we go. Okay, yeah. So not all the matches have been played just yet, so we don't quite know
Ruby
the
took the
opponent.
Oh.
And Ruby, that's quite spicy. So Ruby, they took that, but it's not done just yet. So we might still get Ruby depending on how things end up, because it will be Incilio that we will be watching facing up against the loser of Guild Eagles against Ruby. That match is still going on, so definitely head over to that stream if you want to be following that. And then yeah, for us, we will be back at 7:30 Central European time, so that is in about an hour 45 minutes or so.
I think
so. Plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time to go grab some food as well. It's about time for food, I have a feeling, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. So, while we grab some food, and hopefully you too, we'll catch you guys in a small 2 hours. See you guys then.
tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fold. And if I stay locked in the headlights, but you
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loud
Welcome back, everybody, to the IEM Chengdu closed qualifiers. My name is Fearless, joined once more by Affinity. And guys, I hope you have eaten some nice dinner and got yourselves ready, because this closed qualifier is far from done just yet. We are going to be continuing with the lower bracket. We can, in fact, take a bit of a look at the bracket and what has happened today thus far, Infinity.
Sorry about that. Apparently, I was on mute. Apparently, we've had a crazy day for the bracket. We've seen both Bet Boom, of course, the game that we casted in the lower bracket, as well as Forza and Guild, of course, on this stream coming up as well. So really, all of the favorites to win relegated to this lower bracket already. What on earth?
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on with the qualifier, what those underdog teams have eaten today, but they certainly are excited. They're going to move on through. Then again, it is double elimination, so all these teams that have lost their opening matchup, they still got a chance to fight. Now, earlier on, we witnessed Bet Boom against Namiga, and Bet Boom fell a bit flat, and therefore they're going to be also here in that lower bracket. But that's not the matchup that we're going to be following, because we are going to be taking a look at the matchup between Incilio and Guild Eagles. It's going to be extremely exciting, because I didn't expect to be casting Guild Eagles here. Ruby
Neither.
has quite convincingly taken a 2-0 win off of Guild Eagles. We'll have to say, they had an overtime in the first map. Second map wasn't really close at all. But it does make things a bit spicy. Now they suddenly have to fight for another shot to stay alive.
Now, it's an interesting map, Vita, we've got through as well, because we've been given that. Now, map number 1, we will be seeing Anubis. This is a pick coming out from Incilio. And then map number 2, another guaranteed map of ours, will be Mirage, the pick of Guild Eagles. Now, the deciding map is actually going to be Ancient. Now, that's going to be... I think that's going to be an interesting matchup here, because looking at what these teams have played is that Guild very happy to play quite a lot of Anubis. Interestingly, not their pick, however. Incilio, they've floated Anubis quite a lot in the best of ones that they've played recently as well. But Guild picking Mirage is an interesting one because Incilio quite likes Mirage as well. They've really gone for picks that the other quite enjoys, I guess.
Yeah.
And then Ancient being left over, actually I do think kind of favors Guild here because it's a map that Incilio have been banning a lot recently. So they've gone and picked a map that their opponents like, and then they've left the decider really up to Guild, I do believe.
Yeah, I think the thing with Anubis though, in sort of any day, I would say, all right, Guild will probably pick Anubis over Mirage, perhaps. But earlier on today, they lost quite heavily, 13-4, against Ruby on Anubis. And perhaps they weren't quite expecting that. Perhaps they're not quite feeling Anubis as of today, and therefore picking into a bit of a different map. And sure, it is quite a good map for Incilio as well. Then again, their official count is a lot lower in comparison to Guild Eagles. Guild has played a lot in the past 3 months. Incilio, some qualifiers, some matches here and there, but not too many. So there's also not that many stats to go off of, but from what we know, Mirage it's okay. And yeah, we have to see what's gonna happen because we have seen the underdogs prevail thus far. Incilio maybe didn't quite manage to do so in their respective matchup, but they have a chance of doing so now.
I am a little bit worried for Incilio because even though we didn't expect to see Guild down here in the lower bracket, they are still quite a ferocious team here as well. So it's definitely going to be a tough battle for Incilio, especially the first two maps being maps that Guild Eagles are very happy to play on as well, which is, I don't know. I think that if they don't take Anubis, it is going to be definitely a 2-map series, but I can't help but feeling we might be one and done in 2 maps either way here.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of 2-0s, though the 2-0s not particularly being extremely fast, like, you know, in the game with the Guild.
They've
we
dragged out, yeah.
had an OT, and our matchup was also quite long, quite close. So you never know which way it's gonna go, but 2-0s have been quite the fashion here today already. We just have to wait and see if that will continue. On paper, I would have to say it's definitely heavily favoring Guild, but that's what we said in our previous matchup.
Yeah, we jinxed the Mega.
Yeah, we didn't quite see that coming. So yeah, honestly, who knows? It's, you know, we have only so much to go off of, and well, it's the server where it gets proven.
It does indeed. Hopefully we won't be waiting too much longer to get into the server. But interesting, Mirage, the second time we're going to see it today, guaranteed to see it as well. Interesting to see it come up so much when we don't usually, but I do believe we have the game ready for you, so there's no point in keeping anyone waiting any longer, no point in speculating. As you said, it's them to prove themselves on the server now. We'll be kicking it off with the pistol round.
Gotta love a game of Anubis. Let's see what the game plan is going to be. One of the only few maps which is a bit more heavily T-sided, perhaps.
Ever so slightly, yeah.
Oh, well, they wanted to swing, but are met with 4 people down and long. Actually, all 5 of them. Yeah, that's a relatively easy bomb plan. They gambled on the wrong bomb side. Have to rotate all the long way around. We'll do so. There's armor on the majority of the players, but they're getting tagged. They're falling like flies, and time will start to tick. Further kills are raining in favor of Incilio. It's a clean pistol.
Not a
and
point
Incilio
of
don't take
damage.
that one.
Not a single point of damage was done to any of the Incilio players there. I don't think you could have asked for a more flawless round. Bomb plant early on, very clean. The fact that Tsuneri lived as long as they did is quite frankly ridiculous. But again, it came to nothing. And Incilio kicking it off with style as well. Not quite what I expected to see, but I like it. But a force play actually nonetheless coming out here from Guild Eagles. Odd choice.
Well, you've seen a couple forces here and there before.
Off the back of no kills, though. That's very odd.
That's a very bold move, but okay. definitely feeling themselves here. That's a very cheeky deal kill. And now, where do you want to go? You want to head to the place where we just had a kill, knowing that there's at least a deagle, but you might be running into one of these MP9s as well. Looking around here, up on that A-bomb site. Util flying over, maybe? Want to send the bomb packing somewhere else, but the openings are great here. Incilio setting the pace once more. Now we do have Regan right behind. We can see if there's gonna be people to deal with him, but they're sitting tight. And honestly, I might want to question if you want to go for this. At least that's one kill. You need one more to go off of to get yourselves going. Yes, that's a second, but only 8 HP left. And Sugar will be sure to bring that to an end. It's a close fight nonetheless. But Incilio will get the second on the board.
It is, and it's going to cause problems there for Guild Eagles because they put a lot of money into that round and now are sat on absolutely nothing. So we're just going to have to concede a 3-round, sort of 3-round lead there to Incilio, who upgraded their weapons. I like the SG. I think that's a ballsy move early on, and I like it. Dare I say against this fight, overkill? Excessive force is our word of the day. But whatever gets them the rounds on the board, because as we said, they're going to need them as early as they can to get themselves started. Thought it's going to be quite a tough best of 3 for them. Ooh.
Ooh.
Nice little pick there.
Once
That's a nice
again,
start.
we keep seeing the power potential of the Deagle. How much is that going to be doing here for Guild Eagles? Regan gets taken out.
Vader, not even using the scope. Paid for the scope, doesn't even use it.
To be fair, I do understand. It's definitely good even without scoping. Well,
spots the third as well.
This is great. That's some cash in the bank as well.
Look at it, and a 4th as well. Absolutely beautiful. Sat on 6 grand there. Absolutely monumental amounts of money. Just plays it to perfection, albeit against an eco, so I don't want to put too much stock in it. But played to perfection there. And they just sort of walk into him one by one. Ooh, we've got our first AWPs in the server coming out from both sides here, actually. We've got FPS with that T-side AWP and GXX, one of their own.
Opening kill here, going the way of Incilio once more, and that must hurt. Guild Eagles need to bring the firepower. Spam comes through. That's good for 2 kills. And sure, Regan down to full HP, but player advantage now for Guild. Well, not quite anymore. Kill finally found. Sugar actually finds a follow-up. Tries to turn the tides, but certainly keep them close. Senna finds another. And, well, that's the end of Incilio here in this round. Guild finally pick up the pace, shut that push down, and bring the first round home.
That is a brilliant round to do it on as well. I was a little bit worried when that pincer came through connector, but doesn't come to anything. Guild Eagles do manage to get a handle on this as well. And hopefully we can see them build off the back of this and stop anything crazy happening at the start, stopping too much of a snowball from forming here. The money's still not amazing for them as well. They're lacking a little bit of utility on some of these players. And of course, Regan on a FAMAS, never quite ideal. But if you have a look at Incilio, despite winning that sort of 3-round lead as well, they are relegated to, you know, Galil and some Deagles as well.
We have already seen in how potential of those Deagles are. And it's not just Deagles, you know, there's rifles amongst them. But Amelia Incilio is definitely taking a bit of a slower pace, defaulting across the map. Looking to see if there's an opportunity, a window to punish. Ooh, not quite spotting. Not quite spotting Senna there.
I saw Smoke keep them at bay as well, but I have a feeling that they might choose to flash through this. A little bit of disrespect. Gonna push Juan Flatru off the angle here as well. Give them that space. Still up close and personal though. Good for the first. And for the second, the backup of Rigon as well is gonna help.
Ooh, Ooh. Once again, things do get a bit dicey on the back of a Deagle. Have the bomb. Should be getting a bomb plant out of this, actually. Oh! Oh, just barely get out alive. But Guild is already looking to swarm the side. Up close and personal. Sugar, of course, very, very low. And timing will be everything.
Perfect angle for this as well. Could catch a timing. They do have to move pretty quickly, though. That timer is starting to tick down. Absolutely beautiful work there. Over the smoke, keeping Polt out of the sight. Loads of time for the defuse coming in there as well. Second round on the board. We said this was exactly what Guild Eagles needed to make sure that the Incilio didn't quite run away with themselves at the start here. Incilio, however, getting that bomb plant down as well. They may have been losing these rounds, but they've been finding a little bit of money here and there. They've been finding some nice kills as well. So nothing to worry.
Nice competitive early start here. 2-3. Money low. So you would reckon that this would even be a 3-3 by the end of this.
I would imagine so, probably. I don't think that we'll see anything too fancy. Well, we have seen those Deagles be a little bit crazy at times on this map already, but have a look at that. Sugar already tagged down so low. Not a good omen to start this round.
No, I thought perhaps for a second they could overwhelm GXX on that AWP, but he fell back. Incilio didn't quite commit, and with that, all the danger eliminated, at least for the time.
Hot shots through the smoke, not quite going to find anything. That's always the most infuriating thing, is when someone's just spamming a deagle through a smoke and gets a lucky shot on you. But no such luck today in that timer being run down. Scenario, I really like this angle as well. Catches the first with their back turn, pushes up, wants to push the issue. Unfortunately, not going to find anything more. FPS lines that up perfectly, and that's the recovered weapon.
So how much can they do with this? Weapon transferred over to Polt. And as a train push. Oh, it's so good. The mow down, the 4K. And Gil makes sure the danger is eliminated.
3-3. We said that it was likely to be, you know, quite a quiet round. A little bit scarier than maybe Guild Eagles would have liked it. But tied up nonetheless. Your prediction was spot on there. But the money plentier now for Incilio to buy right back into this. Fader, unfortunately with a Galil, again, not exactly ideal. Not as bad as a FAMAS, but it's still not great. And look at this early aggression from Rigon. Beautifully takes down Fader. And taken so much map control here, and Incilio just got no room to breathe.
Push spotted. Polt has quite a bit of information. Choose not to go too aggressive, but at least just hang on to that information for the time being. That's a lovely 2K. Immediately, the B-bomb site pins it, and Flattrue stuck by himself, desperate to get that kill going before he could potentially be traded. That's nice. Now are you ready for more? Yes, he is. Polt goes down. And sure, Flattrue is low, but technically a player advantage now.
Is indeed. It's all about applying that pressure as well. Keep them out of these sites there. Not alive for much longer, however. We talked about that player advantage has now disappeared. But that is information as to where one of these two remaining players is. And actually, GXX gonna have a little bit of a fight on his hands here. Gonna have to have that scope ready quickly. Or potentially have to go for a no-scope here if Sugar decides to push this. Either way, gonna have to be hot on the trigger. Spots the leg. Scoping doesn't quite get it as well. Little bit of damage done. They're toying with each other. Does manage to finally get the kill there as well. That Molotov gonna keep him at bay as well. Smoke coming through to stop him burning alive, but that bomb plant gonna come through. Missed shot as well. That hurts. Turns around, spins around, knows where GXS, know where both are, but cornered. pincered from both sides, taken down, and there will be the defuse. Lovely round coming in there from Guild Eagles as they secure the lead for the first time this map and this series.
It certainly was a good possibility for FPS to still win that, but you just saw the sheer panic, just hesitating who to go for first, and then, yeah, just a bit too shaky in that situation.
Exactly.
Still close. Still money in the bag here for Incilio that could try and fight right back. It's not the most optimal round ever. Still a fit that here with a Mech 10 in hand. Oh, that's a good start. Tagging the AWP down to just 1 HP. Still standing, but might cause the kill to go for a little bit of a lesser risky play, perhaps.
GXX on 1 HP. So much to do as well. Should I say that they're gonna hold their positions for now? He's getting a little bit aggressive with that, especially considering he's on 1 HP. Turns out not gonna be necessarily as needed as initially thought.
Oh, still strikes. Sugar goes down. Instead, Incilio go the other way, go into top of mid. Perhaps I'm gonna push down here. Or just quickly go into B.
Ooh, that flash is gonna be nice.
Oh no, not with your knife in your hand. Has to be ready. Is ready at least for one, but of course with so many people here, a trade had to happen. And now what's the plan going to be? That's not
Team
the
flash.
best flash. Yeah, a bit rougher. The delay, and now less than 30 seconds to make a move.
And everybody is ready and waiting. Either side that they go to, they're going to be met with resistance as well. And especially losing that opening duel doesn't help. They do go 1 for 1 on the kills, though. Rigon ready and waiting to accept them there. What's the first? Manages to get the first. Not quite good for the second there. That will enable a bomb plant to come through just in the nick of time. But GXX all ready and waiting.
Oh, footstep heard. Oh, and now it's just a 1 HP player that is left. A dream scenario right now for Incilio, but where is that player going to be coming from? So many angles there he could be at. Swings, and that's the shot. Lovely round here. Incilio, make sure that did not go and slip away.
Absolutely incredible stuff there. Knew that the last player had to be GXX, which I think they had a little bit of a clue was low anyway. And difficult one there. Hid for as long as they could. Trying, as you said, so many angles to watch as well. GXX with the AWP held onto it for a little bit longer, hoping that maybe someone would peek into him. Not gonna happen today. 4-4 on the scoreboard, tied up pretty nicely. Finally, Incilio breaking that little bit of a round streak that Guild Eagles had. It's their turn to strike here. But money is good enough for a bite to come back. And, ooh, lovely little kill going both ways there with the AWP. The sniper rifles here. Missed shot. GXX just going to fall back a little bit there. Reposition. And Paul actually going to give up the little bit of mid space that they had. That bomb does need to be retrieved.
Ooh. Well, that's footsteps heard. Sugar sadly on the back of the flash, can't quite peek for it. Oh, this is great! Oh, well!
It's not great.
No, I mean, the setup, it was a very good idea, but having the pistol player sort of bait out, and then having the AWP be there. But now, it's all kind of falling apart, and Incilio 2 man up. And the CG's divided. Not aware of how far they've already pushed. And Senna with an AWP in his hand. At least he did manage to retrieve that AWP.
True.
Hanging on to it.
We'll have to maintain it for the entirety of the bomb duration, however, though, so it's going to be a little bit of a long time. I don't know if they'll go hunting for it. They've definitely got the bodies to throw at the issue. But with him so far removed, whether they find is another matter. As you can see, FPS is it's quite pushed up on the map. Likely the only one with the ability now to maybe find this orb. Yeah, they've sent so many bodies hunting for this. They know that the orb is going to be saved over back into the hands of GXX, which of course has been causing them a couple of issues here and there. But ultimately the round over to Incilio regardless of that orb status.
Terrorists win.
Yeah. It's not going to be too many funds to buy around that orb. So it's just going to be the hero weapon. Well, Incilio can continue where they've left off. So far, FPS doing a great job, and
Oh yeah,
as
absolutely.
well is it pipe? Is it hip W?
I don't quite know. Incilio not a team that I think I've ever seen or perhaps listened to a cast for before. So I don't actually know how anybody else is pronouncing it. How do we want to... We should pick something and stick with it. What are we thinking?
I mean, pipe is probably just the easiest to pronounce in quick and fast rounds. You never know what's gonna happen. Oh, that's lovely. There's an elbow spotted and a kill obtained. Guild once again not having the best start, of course. This is, for the majority, just pistols. Maybe Riggin with an AWP in his hands can do some magic. Will do so. Kill upon Sugar. His teammate on the back of that will fall. And, in fact, we're all heading his way. Riggin, the one man standing on this B-bomb site. Yet, he will fall as well.
We have seen a little bit of the underdog teams coming out swinging today, and Incilio really making their mark on this map already. They've been so good at getting these bomb plants down as well, and the early rounds, they've been winning these opening duels as well. Just so beautifully. Snary, what do you even do here? Apparently get a kill, but only one will be taken down there by Pult. Not too hairy, not too messy. Really, Guild Eagle's been struggling a little bit here to find these kills and even to make the rounds expensive as well. That's something that I think would be really nice to see, is if they can make a couple of these rounds a little bit more expensive for Incilio. Stop them building up that economy in the background, which is actually sitting pretty for a lot of these players. A lot of dough in the back pocket, saved for a rainy day mayhaps. I like the use of a timeout here. I think it's well placed. I think they need to figure out what's been going wrong. Incilio sat on 6 rounds already, in a prime position to take 7 and, of course, win at the half.
And just see what they can do. Guild full on weapons on their own accord. No AWP. But who knows, if they do win the round, steal it back from the hands of FPS, but Incilio is certainly on a roll here. Of course it is T-sided. Not a surprise to see them up on 6, but we know that Guild can be really good on this particular map. Now, first kill is in the pocket, and now, can they capture it?
A little bit of chip damage there from the Molotov, just tickled by the edge of it. They have done a very, very good job at keeping them off of sight. Bolt coming in with a little bit of this mid control as well. Back up from Fader. Are going to have to be careful on here because they are going to have some unwelcome guests waiting to greet them. Actually, just choosing to hold their positions for a little bit.
Things slow down. Still quite a large chunk of map control here for Incilio. Having a player sort of keeping the mid presence up as well. It can come with great use in catching those rotations because there's 3 players still up on A or on the side. No one paying attention to mid at all.
I think they're looking
Just
at
the back of spawn.
They've rotated GXX over. At least he's toying with the idea as well. There's only 20 seconds left, so Insidia are going to have to make this perfect as well. If they lose anybody in this, they may not be able to get that bomb plant down. And actually, time's looking pretty shaky already.
Oh, a lot of chip damage right through the smoke, and well, before you know it, the panic is just getting the better of you. And Cilia crumble with that. Guild gets a step closer to a potential tied up scoreline, as it's 5-6.
6-6 would be ideal, but I will say 5-7 is not awful as well, especially for a CT side. So it would be nice to see a tied up scoreline. I think that'd be quite interesting, and it puts Guild Eagles in a very strong position as well. Actually, a lot of utility missing here from Insidia for this final round of the half. Of course, go for broke now. Ooh, opening pick. Onto Synopsy. Ooh, GXX spotted one though. Not quite able to confirm the kill. Spotted a second time as well.
Swing with an immediate trait. Find a follow-up, and Incilio is on fire. Spray eventually does connect on Flat True with that spotted. 3 players heading his way. First one dealt with. 2 more to go. Of course, it's last round of the half. Flat True has to go for this. Picks up a bit of extra util. Tries to eliminate positions. Gain information as to where those final 2 players are. First one spotted. Not aware of the last one. Faydet makes it a 7-5 here in half 1. And catch us after the break with half 2. Welcome back, everybody, here to the second half of map 1 between Guild Eagles and Incilio. Of course, this is their fight to stay alive here in the close qualifier for IEM Chengdu. So, definitely a lot on the line here. Incilio currently leading 7-5. And let's see if they can continue that role here in the pistol. Going to be going for quite the push here. Flash comes out. No one spotted, but that flash certainly was heard.
It was indeed. Now, this is an important one here for Incilio. 5-7 is a lead, but going on to the CT side, if they can secure this pistol, it gives themselves a little bit more breathing room. Guild Eagles, however, they can get a nice little bomb plant and win the round out as well. Puts themselves in a position not only to close the gap, but to take a nicer lead and springboard themselves going into what should be an easier half for them. Two guns ready and waiting, not able to get a kill with either of them, however, but one Fletcher and Synopsy kill a piece as well. They break onto site, and that will be the A site falling. The retake not far behind, very hot on their heels as well, but Synopsy ready and waiting to deal with them as well. Actually going to be taken down himself. Right, have a little bit of fight in mid.
Flasher tries to just keep them busy and still have a flash in hand for the delay with Pipe being completely blind for a couple seconds. Keep in mind, there is a lack of a kit now, a lack of a player thereof. Pult is the last one standing. Honestly, there's nothing really he can do. Just hope to maybe get a kill, do a bit of damage, but not going to be the case whatsoever. Guild strike back, make it a 6-7.
A brilliant start to the half for Guild Eagles. We said we wanted a bomb plant, keeping it relatively clean as well, losing quite a few people in the process, and as you can see, forced by, or somewhat of a buy will be coming off the back of that there for Incilio. But what a way to start as well. Beautiful take of the site. Although having said that, Bolt and Pipe, a deadly combination to be left alive if you look at the kills on both of them. Absolutely insane start. Ooh. Nice little spot there, not quite able to get anything tagged, but not able to confirm the kill as GXX takes down FPS. That's the opening pick.
And on the back of that, Guild to slow it down. Wait and see if Incilio want to push perhaps, which do seem to be the case, or perhaps quite a bit of a distraction, pull them in towards that A-bomb site.
I like this taking of mid, but they're going to have to be careful because Rotate's already coming on over as well. Synopsy, perfect angle. They don't expect it as well. Trigger Discipline is perfect. Does get spotted on the turnaround. Still manages to get the kill, but only good for one, however. As Faded takes them down and has to back off a little bit as well. And that will be the site falling once again.
The sandwich. Oh, does still survive, hangs on, and that's a free AK. Gonna bill for it. Make sure to try and hang on. Of course, the hunt is gonna come into full effect. The XXO is quite low, but doesn't matter. Grabs a bit of extra cash with the Mech 10, finds the kill, makes the scoreline even, 7-7.
Scoops up that AK as well, so that's one less weapon to buy. Will be very good for their economy as well, which, as you can see, seems to be in a pretty healthy place right now. And 7-7, we talked about this being the tie-up of the scoreboard as well. Incilio buying into that last round does mean that this round is going to be pretty tight on the money for them. So Guild Eagles should be able to pull ahead now. Something we've been wanting to see them do all map. Should be sort of coming into effect.
The nades here, though. Oh, just landed a tad bit too early.
This stack, however, it's so perfect.
Okay, second nade here going out. Not quite doing the most. Riggin at least will fall, but that's all that they will get. 8th round up on the board. Guild once more leading. And this is how we keep going back and forth.
Is indeed a little bit of a bloodbath, but also against an eco. So again, not too much stock that we want to put into that. And Cilio finally able to get a decent buy out this half. This is going to be the real test of strength here for the Guild Eagles. FPS back on that AWP as well. Was pretty good with it on the first half. Not always able to find necessarily as much impact as Cilio would have liked. But still, definitely enough. Gonna have to try find something here to try swing the tides back in their favor, lest Guild Eagles run away with themselves this half. Ooh, Wigon left very low after that encounter. Little bit of a trade kill back though, 1 for 1, an eye for an eye in terms of players left alive. GXX going to be rushing forward there, met with violence by FPS, piped with one of their own, and actually just shutting down any aggression coming through Connect here, and it's just one flat true left. Very, very good, and got a lot of kills to his name this map, but 1v4 clutch would be something else. Gets the first, but takes a large chunk of damage as well. 1v3, and there's so many people watching him. Ooh, spots the corner, taken down, and there will be no clutch today, not in this round at least, as Incilio take an 8th round and keep the scoreboard tied up.
Yeah, Incilio certainly was having none of that aggression. And Gil just hoping to creep on through, perhaps overwhelm somebody who's not paying attention. But Incilio is very sharp, very much on top of their game. And keeps that scoreline within a very close contending range. Still, there... Oh. I thought perhaps we had a tech issue, but I think they were just exchanging nades for a second. So, early round, not too much action happening. Smoke being deployed though towards a long. Ooh, and a passive approach. There's a lot of people spotted right now, and they are going to be committing to that push. Only problem being FPS gets caught off guard, flashed off the angle, had to fall back, leaving his teammate by himself.
Yeah,
right there to die.
Cold feet there. They got very aggressive, and when met with so much aggression, you know, Vader decided to push forward. FPS decided to hold back, and really, ultimately, the worst of both worlds there. But does manage to get a bit of a consolation kill in revenge for their fallen teammate. But 4v4, everyone has been called over to this site now.
Almost everyone is here. Just Paul turning out for a potential flank. Players back into middle. Sugar, for example, here. Dealt with a molly, but he's not moving a single inch. Make sure to maintain control of the map. And with pipe pushing as well, it's a lot of information gained. Only problem being they're not quite acting upon it just yet. Of course, don't want to make too much noise. Oh, and this is awkward. Not quite the kills, but there's a very good damage dealt. Player advantage for Incilio as well in 10 seconds. I mean, they get the bomb planted, so maybe they could still do something. Snopsy is the only one then standing. Grabs a kill through the smoke. Gets spammed, though. And there's nothing else you can do but to try and reload, try to stay alive. But it's not going to happen. Incilio, make sure to bounce back, get back into the lead. And once more, it's so back and forth. You know, one time it's Guild, and now it's back into Incilio's favour.
It is indeed, and the money's actually looking pretty decent for both of these teams. Much more so Incilio, however. So it does look a little bit like we're going to get potentially this game of cat and mouse ending now that we've got this sort of messy, slight partial bite coming out from the Guild Eagles here. The Tech-9s have actually been incredibly good in CS2 from what I've seen. They are very powerful, especially with a missed shot like that, but Pipe follow up immediately, and any sort of fight they thought they had taken out of them there, eliminated, 10 rounds on the boards, and finally we have a winner coming out of this back and forth. Incilio coming out on top. Guild Eagles struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, for sure. Now, this is sort of a scary round here to come up next. There is some money left, but not a whole lot, especially if they want to buy utility now. So much pressure up in this round to try and win this. Because otherwise your economy is going to go down to Drain and Cilio within touching distance of winning out this first map.
Very scary position to be in as well. Not much utility to their name here, Guild Eagles. They've been playing quite passively as well. I'd like to see them switch up their tune a little bit, maybe. They have just been letting Incilio get away with taking so much map control. Just forcing them back a little bit. They've been playing a very VP style of Counter-Strike, waiting until the last second to pounce quite a bit. Unfortunately, Incilio have been just ready for them at every step of the way so far.
Once again, playing it very slow, waiting for an opportunity to arise. Smoke. Perhaps to see if we can isolate some of these finds. Ooh, I like the smoke use, though. Position gets predicted. Nade. Oh, I'm not expecting Paul to be that close. Pipe finds the follow-up. And this, once again, is crumbling here for Gil. 2 players left alive. And how much can they do to separate it from one another as well? That bomb, of course, still here. It was being not quite daring to cross spots it right now. Stays tucked in. Finally does manage to find an escape. But what's the plan going to be? You have Senna right now. I think up in water. Oh, and sure there's a kill found. But simply no time to work with. Better to hold on. But Incilio, but that is up to 11. 3 rounds now to get to map point.
And there's not a whole deal of money left, as you said. This was an important round, dare I say a must-win round for Guild Eagles to win. Because now they've got next to no money to defend Incilio from getting to map point. And Incilio, plenty of cash for themselves as well. Sitting pretty for the next couple of rounds, even if Guild Eagle managed to miraculously pull something out here. Once again, playing pretty passively, even when they're on the back foot. Maybe I would have liked to see them bring out the fire a little bit here, take the fight to them, especially when they are in a situation where they've really got not much to lose here. Old smoked off as well, but Sugar is still ready and waiting for them here. A little bit of a spam through the smoke, gonna find a bit of damage, but no kills there as well. I say that,
Ooh.
the bullet tracer's giving away the location, and Pulse already reloaded, ready and waiting. They're taking turns to reload, making sure that there are hails of bullets flying around them constantly. And as you can see, they have just not been able to get any foothold here in mid. Pole and Sugar just keeping this map on lockdown. Anytime someone rears their head, bullet enters their dome.
What she can hope for is a kill or 2. Not quite the case. It's a clean one here for Incilio, which makes this even better. Money stacked, confidence on point, as well as well being on map point.
They are indeed. This is not where we expected this game to go when we came into this map as well. We said this was a map that was picked by Incilio, that also has been played a lot recently by Guild Eagles. And despite the practice on this map not really coming to a whole lot of fruition, and that is an absolutely beautiful shot there from FPS. Gets away completely spot-free. Pipe with one of their own, Polt with another, and it's a 5v2 to try keep this map alive. JXX about to walk into Sugar, does manage to get the kill, but that's the location given away. Rigon with one of their own, but FPS not going to let that stand. Just Rigon left, and Pipe there. Caught with utility, not actually taken down, gets the kill. And Guild Eagles fall at the hand of Incilio, 13-8 on map number 1. What on earth? That was not on the cards for today. The Guild Eagles being in the lower bracket, Incilio taking a map off of them as well. What a crazy start to the series.
Yeah, absolutely wild. I mean, Guild didn't have the best start on Anubis either, on the back of the first best of 3. So perhaps, you know, they're not quite feeling this map as of today, but it's quite surprising still. Guild Eagles certainly has a very good track record, but right now something is not quite clicking. Perhaps though they can do so on their own map pick, because that is of course coming up next, which then will be Mirage. That we were talking already about how Mirage is technically like it's not their most like one. Well, actually no, it is actually the highest win rate now that I think of it. Technically they play like Ancient and Numbers a tad bit more, but Mirage is still pretty good, pretty high up there. But so it is for Incilio. I think it's one of the most played maps as well. So who knows what they can now pull out of the bag on that map, and Incilio gets to start CT too.
Absolutely. Incilio is, I don't think they could be in a better position to try take these series if they'd asked as well. Mirage, a map that they have been quite happy to play over the qualifiers recently, in the best of ones as well. So, yes, they are in a prime position to potentially steal this away from under Guild Eagles' nose. But there is no point in us speculating, because I think we might be having a short break as well. Let you guys grab a snack between the maps. And we will see you very, very shortly for map number 2, Mirage, to see whether Guild Eagles can keep this going for one more map.
Welcome back, everybody, to the IEM Chengdu closed qualifiers. I'm Fearless, once again with Affinity, and well, we're soon going to be heading into map 2, which will be Mirage. Now, earlier on, we were already talking about pretty good map here for Gil, but for Incilio, who knows what they can do now that they have taken the first map home in this losing bracket best of 3. Now, keep in mind, double elimination, but therefore this is their last shot in order to stay within this qualifier. And you know, if you survive this hurdle, there's still quite a big bunch more hurdles to overcome, because there's only 1 out of 8 teams that will be qualifying to that IEM event. It's tough. It's quite a battle.
It is.
But that's what you get. You know, Europe is a very, very competitive region. And honestly, as of right now today, things have not been going the way we thought they were going.
The script has been completely derailed, and all of the statistics have also been completely derailed. And so apparently of all of the teams that we expected to win. So it's been a crazy day as well, seeing, you know, BetBoom and Forza and Guild Eagles in the lower bracket in round number 1, no less. Has been insane scenes. So as you said, regardless of whether they win this or not, the road ahead is not easy. But Mirage is going to be an interesting map. Was actually picked by Guild Eagles. This is a map that both of these teams play fairly consistently, and actually one that I think Incilio played a lot in the qualifiers to actually get here today. So they've got some experience. They do enjoy this map as well. And of course, after such a stellar performance on map number 1, the confidence has got to be flowing as well. So the sky really is the limit here for Incilio today. And who knows, it could be a 2-0. It could very well be a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, we thought Namiga couldn't do it, and BetBoom would
And then they did.
bounce back on their own map pick, and they failed to do so too. It was close, but at the end of the day, you know, it's the end scoreline that matters, not if it was close or not. You have to give it your all. It's gonna be a tough road, but yeah, Incilio being 1-0 up, it is honestly...
Who had that on their
fascinating.
2024 bingo cards? Not me.
Absolutely not. No. Yeah, and Incilio had a very rough beatdown earlier today as well. You know, it was a 13-3 and a 13-4. So heading into this, I thought Incilio probably going to get walked over by Guild, and it's not the case at all. They had a very, very good showing, especially in the latter stages of that first map, and you know, they locked it in. There was no struggle. They were just going to close it out. And yeah, love to see that. And I am curious to see how much more they could do on Mirage.
Potentially. And of course, Ancient on the horizon as the decider map. If and when we get there. I'm not 100% sure on this one. You know, if last map was anything to go by, I don't think we'll be seeing Ancient today. And to be honest, I think a lot of people in the Twitch chat also agree with that one, is that this seems to be a lot of support for the Incilio 2-0 here, which, you know, I'm here for a little bit of chaos, you know? We love good Counter-Strike, so a third map wouldn't be horrific. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But I think a 2-0 against Guild Eagles would be quite the story as well. It has been a day of upset.
Yeah.
We should be heading into the game soon. Shouldn't be keeping you guys waiting too much longer. But yes, I'm very excited. That's one thing I do want to talk about. We've not seen the Zeus's coming out. We are playing on the latest patch today. And I did say earlier in the day, I don't think we're going to see it coming out. It's a very new feature, so I don't think teams are going to be messing around, you know, trying to figure it out today. Not yet, at least. I was hoping we'd see at least one, or maybe one of those scrappy buy rounds on one of those eco rounds. Somebody just going, oh, let's do it for the hell of it. But no, we've actually not seen it once, which, you know, I'm a little disappointed about. I'll say it.
Yeah, I definitely am too. But I can, in one way, understand it. You know, this is a very important qualifier for these two teams. There's a lot on the line. And especially in this matchup as well, you know, you can't afford another loss. So a lot is riding on this particular game in this day. So, and it's a very new feature. So perhaps teams want a little bit more time to experiment on it in practice before they start implementing it within their strategies. For now, just sticking to the book, sticking to what they already know, and do what they know best.
Absolutely. Whilst we have all three of these maps still, and of course we were talking earlier, maybe Mirage might not be around for much longer. Potentially.
I mean, if it were me, then I would say no. But I don't know. With the little changes that Mirage have been getting, it's maybe promising enough that they will keep it in. But I don't know, man. Mirage is just as weird.
It's in a weird
kid.
limbo at the moment, isn't it? I'm a Mirage apologist, so I'll say it. I quite like a Mirage, and I think it's one of those maps that at a pro level is you can see teams that really stand out, because it's one of those maps like Dust 2 that we've been played so much that when a team comes along and does something new and unique or plays it particularly well, I think it's more interesting than any of the other maps, because it's a map that we've seen so much of. So when someone's able to do something a little bit different, I think it's really nifty. But I don't necessarily think we'll maybe be seeing anything too unique today.
Yeah.
I'm still just in blatant shock that Incilio took map number 1. We were talking before this. We were like, yep, you know what? It'll probably be a quick 2-0. Guild Eagles, we'll get to go home early, have a nice little nap, Nope.
Nope.
They are keeping us on the edge of our seats for as long as possible.
I mean,
Yes.
We get a very good day of Counter-Strike. Like, sure, we had a bunch of 2-0s, but they are interesting. They're definitely giving us worth a show. So
I'm curious to see how the other maps are going as well, because last
me
I
take a
checked, there was also some upsets going on in the second round of games. Of course,
Alright,
it is
so-
Betboon, Forza. Oh, okay, I'll let you go. Go on, tell me.
Oh, okay.
Enlighten us.
Namiga's up, I think, 1 map.
Not surprised.
Then Amco's up 1 map against Ruby. Like,
Ooh.
perhaps to be a bit... Like, Ruby has just been doing really, really good, but I think Amco should have it. Betboom's up first map.
That's good.
And, well, Incilio is up on the first map with us. So, yeah, exciting.
Okay, maybe not as upset heavy round 2 as I thought it was, because I only checked as the games were about 3/4 done as we went live, of course, for our first one. And I was like, oh,
Yeah.
this is looking quite interesting. But of course, Ruby, I do believe, was the team that knocked Guild down. Of course, knocked them into our very supposedly capable hands to cast. So I am quite intrigued that Ruby are down a map as well, because they were very strong coming into this. Namiga,
Yeah.
I have a feeling. Okay, I'm gonna say it. This is the hill I'm gonna die on. I think Namiga is gonna take that spot going forward. I can't help but feel.
Honestly,
There's
they could
little-
do it.
little inkling.
They are really overwhelmed. They have the firepower, have a lot of experience with these kind of qualifiers, though maybe not as much as a whole team as of just yet. But, sometimes when, you are under this pressure, that's when you shine the most. So, do you think that
Absolutely.
Namiga has gotten what it takes in order to prove? I think Amcor's already also a very strong contender. But yeah, overall the CAS teams are doing great here within the qualifier.
But again, no point in if, buts, and maybes. We have Mirage ready and waiting for us as well. Pissed around, going to get underway. And Incilio starting on that CT side. Yet another thing working in their favor. We said this is 1 map away from them continuing their journey on towards Chengdu, of course. And if they can get a good pistol round, they set themselves up for this series.
One smoke in hand, and a kit as well for Incilio. Split it out across, and so is Guild. Playing very passive, not much of skin being shown for the time being, just waiting for a push, and then probably grouping up all towards the B apartments. Contact out of B. Now they too have a smoke, as well as a double flash setup. Just waiting for the right timing to hit.
There we go. I think that will be the call to action there. Sugar dropping the smoke and falling back as well. Vader has a nice little position there. Does manage to get one on the dropout as well, but on Flatcher and Scenario, piece each. And Snopsy with one of their own, and actually they've just run down this site, just pipe left as well, spotted as well. Double peek, actually manages to get the first, but Flatru not going to let them live much longer. Beautiful pistol round there. Bomb plant, 3 left alive. Guild Eagles start map number 1 in terrific style.
Strong start, that's for certain. Even with Incilio being quite well spread out, early spottings, that smoke being pulled out. But right now, great buy, and in fact Incilio will force. So we've seen a similar thing, you know, we've seen Guild do it on the CT side as well, when they lost the pistol. It's quite risky, could get behind quite fast, you know, because if you don't win this, it's a very tough investment. You're basically giving the first 3 rounds away to Guild.
Indeed. I like this mid control that we're seeing out from them. Of course, from Guild Eagle, sorry. Taking a lot of presence as well. And sort of splitting up this map very much for Incilio. Keeping the 2 sites and the players split. Ooh, a lot of damage done there early on. Not quite able to confirm the kill. I say that actually, the kill does eventually come through there.
And how will they respond? Perhaps Pop could do something here. He's actually gonna walk past the window.
Ooh, corner spotted. Not quite able to find anything as well. There he is now. Run down there though. GXX not gonna let that stand, not gonna let them live. And Flatru from behind there takes down Faded. And that's a very, very clean round. A lot of damage done, but no bodies actually dropped. That's what we needed to see. And as you said at the start of this round, Villas, that they don't have any money coming into this. This will just be the 3rd round gifted on a silver platter to Guild Eagles. More than likely.
Yeah, but you can maybe buy a P250 or something like that. The Eagle actually bought Pulped.
Oh,
And Nate as well.
Incredible on map 1. Definitely one of the front runners. Yet to find themselves on the scoreboard. I actually haven't said that. Most of Incilio not yet able to find themselves on the scoreboard, but early days. Oh, we've got the Zeus out. We said we wanted one. We've got 3 Zeuses
There's
out
actually a
this
bunch,
round.
yeah. Oh, that's
Finally.
exciting. I mean, to be fair, if their bomb were to be going the way of B, then it could be exciting. Or if someone were to sneak through that window.
It would be such a shame for Flatru.
No, not the flag. That's boring. Oh, yes!
It though!
No! Oh, we didn't get to witness it. That's a bit of a shame. But a kill is a kill with a Zeus. We love to see that. And here I was thinking, you know, there's so much on the line, they're probably not going to do it. But...
There's still 2 Zeuses left in this round as well. That's all I want to say. I'll be honest with you, the Zeus in a retake situation, not exactly the weapon of choice. But I like that it's there, you know?
It's a good start. Makes us happy.
It does, it does. There's not much in this world that brings us joy anymore, is there? But the Zeus is, you know, that puts a smile on my face. Rigon's just stomping about here. Might actually be caught out by Sugar here. We get a second one in the round, ladies and gentlemen. We get a second one. Is taken down immediately, but...
Oh, not the nade. Ah. Well.
What a round.
2 Zeus kills. What more can you ask for?
What more could Incilio ask for? You know, that was a round where they had nothing. They had 3 Zeuses and basically nothing else, and they got 2 Zeus. Iconic, I tell you. You know what? They may not win this map, but they've won the heart of the people. I hope.
But now it's time though for the buy. Orb in Hunt of FPS, who was doing a pretty good job over on that first map as well. Ooh, there's a lovely nade. Quite a bit too deep. Over that, Flatru is actually the one to grab the first kill. Guild Eagles off to a great start. And look at the pace. But punishment around the corner. Polt is out here while Fadette was burning alive. 3-on-3 still, but Guild has taken quite a bit of damage.
As indeed, ooh, I think Scenario spot a little bit of a shoulder there. I'm not quite sure. Utility either going to give them away. Kill onto Sugar as well. Allows them so much more space onto this site as well. Pult. Lots left to do. Isn't going to be able to stop the bomb plant as well. Gets the first, gets the second as well. It's going to be peeked into. Runs out of bullets, but has done so much to help Pipe here. It's absolutely beautiful. It's absolutely perfect. And the double kill sets Pipe up perfectly for this retake. Plenty of time for the defuse, even without a kit. And that will be the first round on the board there to Incilio. Stopping the momentum of Guild Eagles on their first proper buy here. Scooped up AK for good luck as well. Crazy scenes coming out here from Incilio. This is the start, potentially, of them trying to close this gap. But Guild Eagles, plenty of money that they are sat on, can buy right back into this. Of course, they've got the AWP on GXX. Not quite able to afford a full buy as ideal for Incilio. You see the MP9 and the FAMAS there again. FAMAS, never ideal. But should be enough to put up at least a lot of a fight here.
Taking their sweet time here. Slowly getting that mid control going. Deep smoke not quite helping things, but as soon as it will fade, flashes do come out. And how will those CTs respond? They hear that noise. At the same time, though, need to make sure no gap is gonna fall in their defenses. Oh, peek comes on through. That's a relatively easy shot. And with that, it is space obtained here by Flattrue. Moves right around the corner. Perhaps through the smoke. Oh, Fidette. Oh, the timing. You hate to see it. He was ready for it. Only looking away for a split second. And that's when he gets peeked. He'll find an opening over on B side. And this round seems to crumble. How much can FPS do? He's over on the A side. There's nothing that he can do.
Agreed, there is really not much to do here, and actually has a lot of presence over towards him as well, taken down by Juan Flatcher at the end there as well. And quick and maybe merciful send into the next round as well, instead of dragging it out there. Incilio, one round, all they're going to get for now, not quite able to build anything off the back of it, and subsequently their money in a very, very poor place here as well. So they will probably just concede that fifth round over to Guild Eagles here. This is a lot better of a showing from them in map number 2.
Oh, for sure. This is a great start. Good confidence booster. That economy is in a sweet spot too. So thus far, Guild has nothing to worry about. Whereas Incilio now up on pistols. Bit of a, well, a focus, I would say. All the util will start to fire. No way! Flattrue managed to hit that. That's a very unlucky timing for Pipe to go up the ladder, and then the bullets just go straight into his head. And yes, Sugar does land a kill. Fade out a couple tags. But I think that is all that Incilio will get here out of this round.
Potentially, yes. Got it there as well as FPS. Taken down by Juan Flattrue. Once again, closing this round out in style. That, as we said, was the fifth round. 4-round lead here. Money finally good enough for Incilio to buy once again. They've not had many rounds where they've had these rifles. And actually, FPS finally getting their hands on the AWP. Being able to itch that trigger finger, maybe. But a timeout being called. I think this is nicely placed as well. They won their last gun round. Well, one of their last gun rounds, of course, losing the round after. So they need to try figure out what went well on that one round. Try replicate it as well. Guild Eagles appear to be a completely different team than what we saw last map. Very much coming into their own. I don't want to say warming up, because of course this is the second game of the day. It's not exactly warming up. But at least sort of coming into their own within the series here.
Yeah, this needs to be the fire startup in Incilio. They need to get themselves up on the board and ideally win back-to-back rounds in order to make a bit of a dent in the economy of Guild. So far, it's long road that is ahead. She's got to take it just round by round. First kill going the way of FPS here, and has the backup of Fadette. He is looking in towards underpass, has a player sneak past him. It sure does a trait, but they maintain that player advantage. He's pulled tags up a follow-up player. Not quite able to deal with him though, and with that, it's even out 2 against 2.
Is indeed that bomb, however, not quite being recovered yet. They do need to try grab it. Should be easy enough. Nobody watching it, however, so that will be picked up there by Rigon. Now they've got to try to figure out where to go. They have this A site, they know that. And actually, I like this from One Flattery. The proactiveness as well. Gonna take down Pipe. And now just Sugar left on that B site. Desperately trying to run over. Not gonna be able to get there in time as well. So a very difficult retake on their hands. A single smoke. No kit available either. And One Flattery, who is 14-2 to deal with as well. Spots. But as we said, One Flattery, this man on fire this map as well. Not going to let that retake even stand a chance at coming through. And that is a 6th round for Guild Eagles, securing themselves at the very least even at the half, which is a very, very sort of strong position to be in as well. This is a map that's very sort of 50-50 on the CTT side split here.
Yeah.
But knowing that immediately 8 rounds in, you have secured at least even, gives you the confidence to maybe go for slightly crazier plays as well. Gives you the knowledge that even if everything goes horrifically wrong, you've got yourself a little bit of room to breathe.
Also, can we just talk about Fletcher? He is 15-2, 280 yards. This man is going completely nuts. So good at entering, finds another multi-frag, and he is definitely not done stopping. Also, can someone just kill him? 2 deaths as well. Absolutely wild. It's just the pistols once again, of course. That will have to get rid of him. Snobsy also still standing. And Pipe just hiding. Here's the footsteps, but no, will be dealt with. Guild on a roll as they find 7.
What on earth? 201 ATR from One Fletcher, 17-2. 8.5 KD if my maths does not fail me, which it usually does. And look at the money as well. Incilio, so much to do here. They still have 4 rounds left of this half. But also, regardless of what they get now, they're going to need to make these rounds really expensive if they want to try to take this money away from the kill. They're storming onto site there. Doesn't quite clear out Pipe. And that will be their downfall as well. Actually, Pulp coming through there. They have trapped them and forced them back a little bit. Snarry going to burn Pipe alive, however. Still wanting more. They do have the player advantage here. Spotted and taken down there by Polt as well. Beautiful double kill to get a 2nd round on the board from Cilio. But might be a little too late. Because, of course, Guild Eagles immediately able to buy back in as if nothing happened. Cilio, however, nice round. Good sign of life that they do still have some fight left in them. I was getting a little bit worried for a second.
This needs to be definitely a sign of many more. They have so much making up to do. Well, good early start, and look at the amount of damage followed up on Synopsy and GXX. They're quite good, but Paul's taken out now. GXX is not backing down whatsoever. Ooh, bit scary. Flash run in the face of Flatdrew. But he still continues on. Hopes to create a bit of space. Not sure if the jump was heard, because I think we have an FPS that's right above him up on the catwalk or on the short area. Oh, look at this. Incilio go for a push, so that's information that will be obtained.
They're actually just gonna walk through the spawn as well. Very odd sort of map control going on here. GXX forced forward here. It's off the van as well. Is out. Smoke carpets to keep him at bay. Block off that line of sight. Completely shut down that weapon.
Oh, and with mid falling apart, you know, the push through a ramp is not even something they can commit to because they might as well just back off, go the way of A again, and which is actually something that Guild Eagles are keen to doing. Smokes are up, flashes go out, and it's only Fadette that is here. Now he is in ramp, then again, he has also been noted.
Has no utility to get themselves back out of ramp. That's going to be the bigger issue as well. There is that they are very much trapped.
Oh, that's... Oh, ideally you would have liked to see a second kill, but it's not impossible. 2 against 3, close. Only FPS is just staying so far back. Faded needs his teammate to come on through. I mean, he's just holding the short cross, but time is continuing to tick. FPFski's one player busy, but now he is the last one standing. And with those players so far separated, no room for a trade, no shot at a defuse.
Very difficult one there, because I understand what was going on is he was trying to provide that support with that line of sight from Catwalk. But really, when you've only got one more teammate alive and you need to defuse that bomb as well, just really doesn't help. Very lucky to still be alive at the end there as well with that missed shot, but we'll save that all on over. Timeout being called again, very much needed here because Guild Eagles making their mark on this series at long last.
Yeah, this is more the guild that I was used to seeing.
This is what I think we came into the series expecting to see.
Exactly, exactly. So now it's going a bit more according to book, but let's see if there's a bit more firepower left inside of Incilio. 4 rounds would be ideal to at least give yourself a bit of a foundation to work with. You know, then if you get a pistol round, for example, it could be nice to turn things around.
It could be indeed. So I am a little disappointed from them, what we've seen so far. It will be quite interesting. They have quite a strong T side from what we've seen so far. Having said that, Guild Eagles very much the same. They seem to have a lot more structure of a CT side, of course, that comes with the nature of being one of these sort of higher caliber of teams. So Insidio really need to find something more here. Should be quite a quiet start to the round, from what we've seen at least on this game so far. Looks like slowly creeping around there, doing their due diligence to clear it out. Nobody gonna show face just yet, though.
Wow, flat true. Once again, edge of the smoke, abuses it. Does fall, but Paul needs to connect, and he doesn't. Now the punishment can continue. Guild Eagles can set foot onto this A-bomb site. Smoke the angles off. And so they have no choice but to respect the bomb plan to come. No, no. Things go from worse to just disaster. Freaking, it's a tag once again, but not a kill, and Sugar is left once again empty-handed. But honestly, I think no choice but to save with how little money there is in the bag to work with.
Potentially, but look at the health.
Yeah, tempted to go for this. I mean, he could. No smoke, no util, just has to go. That's the first, but he's so hyper-fixated on Palace. Oh, and yeah, well.
There we go. Snary keeping it clean. They got a little bit scary, as we said for a second there. A little bit closer than maybe Guild Eagles would have liked, but they keep it cool, calm, and collected and secure themselves a 9th round. Potentially a 2-10 half here.
It could be, could very well be the weaponry. I mean, it's there. Not everyone with util to back it up. Pub has to sacrifice a rifle and MP9 instead. It's not the worst. But certainly these rounds have not come easy. That's a nice kill though, through the smoke spam on through. But Scenery grabs that kill right back. He is down to 2 HP, needs to be careful. Ooh, and now his teammate falls. Support gone. And mid potentially compromised.
It is indeed. Paul having to fall back just a little bit there as well. Had a very advanced position. Has given up, and that has given GXX a lot of space to work with here as well. Catches them out, gets the kill, swings the tides back into maybe a little bit more even favor. The health, however, not looking good for Guild Eagles. Bomb thrown on down there as well. Sugar could potentially find a nice little timing here, but has just let Synopsys head through. Spots the back, however. Gets the kill. And suddenly, 2v3. We talked about the health being low, but it's just the pressure that's being added. And Pipe would have had that weapon swap spotted as well. Knows where he is. It's actually this B site where this bomb is heading. Fade watching this angle like a hawk, though. Gotta be careful. That gun barrel gonna peek out of the smoke well before you can see. Taken down. Look at that. Kills a piece. And actually, Incilio with a beautiful end to the round there. 3-9 half. We will have to see, however, how this plays out in half number 2 after a short little break.
Welcome back, everybody. Currently a 9-3 scoreline in favor of a Guild, trying to crawl back into this elimination best of 3. And, well, there's a lot riding on this. Certainly feeling the pressure, but Mirage seems to be a better territory for them than Anubis. Now, let's see if they can prevail, if they can actually clutch this out. with ease, or if it will still be quite defined. We have seen Incilio make things very close already. But can they do so on this map too?
We are going to, as always, need to see a pretty clean round from Incilio here. Bomb plant, win the round, and preferably keep a lot of people alive. That would be the best way to try bridge this gap just a little bit. Of course, 3-9 is the Zonix law of MR12 we've found. But again, this is a very important round. If Guild Eagles win this, I have a feeling they will just absolutely stomp the rest of this half. But very, very nice start there. Nade kill and a kill from Pip there. GXX to put up a little bit of resistance, immediately taken down, however. And that bomb going to be uncontested. Saneri and Rigon left to do so much here. Try find anything that isn't a kit available. So we're going to have to move fast here. Lovely double peek into FPS there. Does get the kill. Makes it a little bit easier for themselves, but still so much to do. Push forward as well. Takes down Fader. And suddenly this is looking a lot more doable.
On the bomb.
The cross.
No kit. It's a long defuse. They do hold it, actually. Oh, and Cineri grabs that kill onto the defuse again. Sugar not quite being tested, but he will be dealt with. That is absolutely insane. Gil with a long defuse. 4 against 2. Managed to win that out. Insane. And now, if you're Incilio, that must sting.
Absolutely. This is the Guild Eagle that we turned up expecting to see. Beautiful retake there from the two of them. And sets the tone, really, for the rest of the half. And Incilio calling that timeout, I think, very much needed. They need to figure out why that spiraled so quickly and so far out of control there as well. Not able to find any of the kills there. The crossfire's not working either. But Guild Eagles priming themselves to take this to map number 3. They are not done fighting for their spot at IEM Chengdu just yet.
Well, timeout being called. Of course, a lot riding on this round. Force into this. Which it can do on the back of the bomb plant.
They can indeed. That is their one saving grace from that, is that bomb plant has gifted them a little bit of an ability. But have a look at that GXX. Second round. That is a scary and worrying sign for Incilio. The moment that shot rings out, they will know that they are not get up against an easy round. And actually, I say that, gonna take down the AWP immediately, not able to find anything at all. Beautiful shot there.
Kills go a bit back and forth. Stumpsy found a double before he got traded himself. And is still keen to try and take mid. Oh, that is rough. Dink without quite properly being spotted or spotting the enemy. And Gil actually might get away with this once more. Pipe still alive, but the bomb is so far away. And now enemy spotted him, tagged him very low. This smells like a lot of trouble that is up ahead. Ooh, not quite looking the right way as well. Switches into the AK instead. Well, what you gonna do? You have 2 HP. And
Just try
so
save this
much
weapon,
work
I'd
to
imagine.
do.
You just got to try save this weapon and hope that maybe round number 15 is a little bit kinder to you as well. But they know where you are. They have the bomb. And so I think this might just be a matter of Pipe maybe trying to go for a kill. I don't see, however, Guild Eagles throwing this one away. Yeah, just going to play it nice and safe. Make sure that there's no silly business going on. They don't let any needless rounds slip out of their hands. This is the Guild Eagles that we have come to know and love. Hopefully love. It's a team that I've been watching with particular interest. Of course, the XB and E lot. There we go. Timer just going to tick down. They're not going to go hunting for it as well. Not quite the money established yet, the economy established yet, to want to go for it as well, and a little bit risky. We've seen some incredible clutches coming out, so they've got to be a little bit on edge about that, but 11 rounds on the board to Guild Eagles, and not much money for Incilio to try defend away from this map point as well. Very likely that we will be seeing Ancient on the horizon. We are getting a match pause coming in, however. I do believe that means there has been a technical issue somewhere along the lines. So for now, we will just wait this out.
Surely Guild Eagle should have this in the bag. But you never know. You never know what's gonna happen. These matches have been quite crazy. And speaking of crazy, it seems like things are going a bit awry. Once more, bit of a tech issue.
It's us.
So,
It's definitely us. I think
we are
everyone else has been
jinxing it all the way
fine.
through,
We've just
yeah.
had tech issue after tech issue. So I think maybe we're causing the problems here. So sorry about that, everyone. We're just going to make sure that everyone is in the server, that all the players have the right ability to access the game, and that you guys get a good game as well. But having said that, very quick break there as well. Production and League Ops on it today. We're getting back into round number 15. Guild Eagles fighting for map point here. And actually, Incilio, not much left to defend it with.
Riggin flashed out of his position, at least for the time being. There's no one there to punish him quite yet.
Hot shots going through, and actually GXX managing to get away unharmed there. Fade it. Taking a lot of space there, actually, and having to retract a little bit, make sure that the coast is clear from behind. But in mid, there's a little bit of a bloodbath going on. Kills go back and forth, actually favoring Guild Eagles very much here. And look at that. Synopsy and Scenery, one apiece. Close it out. We said that that was, of course, for map point. And they keep this going. Ancient on the tip of their tongues here. So they do finally have a little bit of money to fight for this, but it's not ideal. It's going to be the likes of Galil's and very limited utility as well. And I can't help but feel might be all over here.
Leo as well has to do it with Galil's for the most part. Not a lot of util, and the first player is already out. It's going to be one hell of an uphill battle if they want to stay in this second map. Faydet at least grabs a kill right back.
There's no
Let's
smoke.
create a bit more space.
No smoke for window will just allow GXX to run rampant as well. Though he does decide to fall away a little bit and let Rigon take the reins here. Ooh. Synopsy, I bet they weren't expecting that. Pushed all the way through. Palace and Scenery, very advanced position here as well on Sugar. If he does try to make a little bit of a play. Smoke coming out just as it blossoms. Gets the kill on the edge of it as well. 2v4 left for Incilio to try keep this going. Synopsy not wanting to let that happen, and it's just Polt left.
1 against 4. Like a Lil and a Dream. Does have the bomb on his back though. Can't quite connect the spray. A 10-round difference. And this certainly was more like the Guild performance that we were perhaps expecting. Very dominant, probably as sort of expected. You know, this was sort of their home ground, their map pick. They played it so many times, their best win rate as well, and they are keeping it right upper.
Absolutely, and that is what we want to see. And of course, that means we do get to see the wonderful map 3 Ancient as well. Map that we've been seeing crop up a lot, and a map that both of these teams have played a little bit as well. But dare I say, favoring Guild Eagles a little bit more at the moment, especially these best of 3s. We've not actually seen Incilio play too many official best of 3s recently. It's been a lot of best of 1s, but I don't really know what to say. How are you feeling going into this final map? Predictions?
Ooh, look, I do have kind of faith that Incilio can actually bounce back. And here's my reasoning as to why. Because Guild, technically Ancient, their most played map. But it is their worst win rate out of all of them. So, I mean, with the exception of the Instaban, but, you know, that's their Instaban. But Ancient not looking the brightest, even though they play it a whole lot. And knowing sort of with how Anubis kind of went, I mean, the thing is, Incilio, they've technically only played Ancient once. They did win it, so technically 100% win rate. But, yeah, honestly, there's very little for Incilio to go off of, so I think they are very much comfortable floating it. It's here for a reason. I just hope that they can keep the mental upper in order to fully bounce back.
Absolutely. And I'm a little bit worried. If we see Juan Flatro come back out like that, that was incredible. He had over 200 ADR for
Yeah.
a solid chunk of that game as well. So I think it really depends if these individuals step up. We didn't see it as much on map number 1, of course. Over on Anubis, we did see it a little bit sort of quiet. But if these individuals are stepping up from Guild, then I have a feeling it might be pretty quick. They are definitely on a high from the end of that map. But I think we will be heading to a little bit of a break as well, so that you guys can grab a drink and a snack, get all refreshed, and get ready for this final map of the series and of the night. So we will see you guys very shortly.
Well, while some matches are already done, we are heading straight into map number 3. It's exciting because Guild Eagles have certainly made a great comeback here on map 2. Shown the firepower that we were perhaps missing a little bit, and now they can show their worth up on Ancient, see if they can hang on to this spot in the close qualifier. Then again, Incilio has definitely proven their worth as well on the very first map. And I kind of hope that they could maybe balance back, because that was quite a tough loss that they had to take over on Mirage. And now what do you reckon? Ancient, is this better for Incilio in comparison to Mirage for them?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you. I have a feeling that this favors Guild Eagles just a little bit, because we talked about it. It's a map that they have played quite a lot, maybe not necessarily always to the greatest of effect, but they have a lot of experience playing it against fairly high-level teams and very high-caliber teams as well. In Studio, we've not got as much information to work with about how they play Ancient, so I will be quite curious. That might be the one thing they've really got going for them, is that they definitely have this element of surprise. There's not much that they could have done to maybe prepare for this as well, of course. Map number 1, game number 1, you know exactly who you're playing up against, so you could do a little bit more research. You can kind of guess and have a look at what opponents you might be playing later on down the brackets as well, but this is a team that there's just not much information about, and that may work really, really well in their favor. We saw the firepower coming out in bucket loads in map number 1 for them, but then Guild Eagles bounced right back with an incredible sort of game there on Mirage. I don't really know what to think. It really could go either way.
Honestly, yes. Like, I am just not sure what to expect. Guild really almost stomped Incilio after they had quite the stellar map, and now Ancient, little track record for Incilio to go off of, but this is the thing, like, I feel like it's sort of 50-50. Like, it can either be a similar showing like a Mirage, or they could perhaps overwhelm and actually take it off of Guild Eagles. I think it's not going to be close, but which way it will favor, I don't quite know yet.
Neither. I think either way, though, that we are in for an incredible match as well. Ancient, a map that we haven't seen today, I don't believe. At least not on our.
Wait, no, we have seen an
Have we?
Ancient. I think it was. Wasn't it that like one of our first maps?
Was it? I don't know. I don't remember that far back. I'll be honest with you. No, we did. We saw Namiga on it.
Day.
Sorry, that was a while ago. I'll be honest. We're 5 maps in now. I don't think I remember what happened, but of course we have our first knife round of the day. Our first map only went 2 maps, so we are get to see a knife round. I would love to see the knife round if possible. I think they're quite interesting as well. I have a lot of fun with them. So hopefully we'll be getting to see that very shortly as well. We won't be waiting, and we won't be keeping you guys waiting too much longer to get to this game as well. Of course, we are getting into quite late hours of the night as well, so thank you for staying up with us as well. Maybe for some of you, this is dinner time entertainment. For others of you, maybe just something on in the background in the evening as you game away. But yes, I'm very excited to have both of these teams here. As we said, going into this as well, the fact that the Eagles is even down in this lower bracket is kind of crazy.
Did I hear some in-game comms, or was that something else? I heard a woo from someone in the background.
I don't know.
I heard a little woohoo, but maybe it's my feed just trolling a little bit. But it's a 1v1.
The clutch
won by Guild.
Snopsy. Clutch situations in the pre-game as well. That's a good sign for Guild Eagles.
I mean, surely they should stay on CZ. That's what I reckon.
I would reckon exactly the same as well, and I have a feeling that is what they are going to plan to do. We just got to make sure that everything is set up nicely, set up correctly as well. Shouldn't take it too long. Get a little bit of deathmatch in the meantime as well. Piper has been a very consistent player across both of these maps so far.
Also, little update on some of the other matches going on. So, Amcol won 2-0 against Ruby, sending Ruby to the lower bracket, and Amcol pursuing in the upper. So pretty dominant. They won both their matchups 2-0. So good to see that coming out of them. And the other games are still going on. So Betboom Forza, it's currently 12-12 on map 2. So that's fine. So quite tight. Namiga Espionage, actually, Espionage won second at 13-11, close.
Map
But that means that's
3.
going to a third.
Ooh.
And then, and then we are the third game. So, exciting things up ahead. A third map here for us as well. Guild Eagles against Incilio.
It is indeed. Guild Eagles getting to have their pick of sides as well is really just a bit of a worrying omen here for Incilio, especially off the back of what was a flawless T-side, I believe it was. On the previous map, but here we go. Getting ready, getting into Ancient as well. You do see Juan Flatru keeping hold of that mid-control, maybe falling back a little bit preemptively as well, but Rigon with the opening kill. Snary to get one of their own back as well. Actually forcing Cilio back a little bit as well. They're going to fall back, regroup, recalibrate, and actually move away a little bit from this A site. A lot of space towards mid here, of course. We have Faded as that little bit of a cubby position as well. It is being watched by GXX. Lovely double peek could come out here, GXX. Got to be a little bit careful.
Spotted. Of course, that's also information gained for him. Has the backup now of Rigon. Oh, and he just goes in. Kill. Definitely going his way, but both of them all very low. FPS lands one on Flatru there.
And that'll be the site falling as well. They got a little bit distracted by the chaos in mid. They have to be careful of these donut players, though. Have a look at that. The flash is perfect. Rigon eventually gets ahead of one. It's a little bit messy. Bolt with an immediate trade back. One from Pip as well. And it's a 1v1 left as well. The dual Beretta spamming away. Having to reload as well. Low health for Colt. Darting in and around these boxes. Still dodging the bullets and manages to get a lovely headshot off there as well. Dodging so many bullets. Almost Matrix-esque style there. And that'll be Incilio with a pistol round. Not quite able to get the bomb plant, however, so money maybe not as great as they'd like it to be. But I'd say that was a pretty good round, all things considered, for Incilio. Guild Eagles, however, making sure it was expensive.
Exactly. Now, it's a rough investment here heading into round number 2, but on the back of the previous map, Guild certainly have the confidence in order to see if they can pull this off. Not going to be an easy road. Okay, that though, maybe the first one to fall. Great flashbang into middle with that control obtained here for Guild. Well, maybe FPS can punish. There's a player with a pistol right around the corner.
Snary, dodging bullets. Actually, not going to be able to find anything there at all. For Flatcher with one, GXX with another, but even though the trades are perfect, 1v1 left. Massive advantage here for Polt. Knows where he is. Desperately trying to reach for that A1S. Grabs it somehow.
6 bullets though.
True.
Not very ideal. Oh, can't quite do it. Polt has the upper hand, but close. Lots of damage dealt. So, as far as their economy goes, not the most ideal scenario, but of course, on the flip side of Guild, there's barely anything to work with.
Indeed, indeed. That is, of course, the double-edged sword that is the sort of force by is it can be quite potent, especially in CS2 when there are less rounds to play with. A lot of teams are trying to favor that, try get that round in, but the downside is it's even more dangerous when it goes wrong for you. You suddenly lose even larger percent of the first half and even fewer gun rounds. Lovely Molotovs to clear out donuts. Unfortunately, not actually going to force anybody out, but that flashbang from FPS, absolutely perfect. Vader going to take down GXX, and look at that HE grenade. Softens them up nicely. Like a knife through hot butter, they fall, and one flat through. Last one standing, but not for long. Beautiful third round, albeit against not much of a buy at all. But Incilio solidifying their little bit of a start here. This, however, is where it starts to get important. The first 3 rounds you can overlook a little bit. You know, especially if you lose that pistol round. The first 3 rounds are, dare I say, acceptable rounds to give away. This is where they need to turn it around, however.
I mean, a 3 on T-side is already very nice to have here in Cilio. Especially in ML12. Strategy is going to be, Regan getting caught off guard, edge of the smoke. But flip side. Oh no, everyone is just falling into middle. This is scary territory. Synopsy does run out of bullets, but so much damage dealt. Numbers at least now made even once again. Oh, that was a very interesting shot right as the timing of the nade. But the numbers kept even once more. Well, not for much longer. It's just DXX extending. Has a good angle with the orb. But needs to make sure that his shots connect. That's the first and the second. Guild recover. Get their first round up on the board.
Absolutely incredible sequence coming out there from GXX. Against all odds, keeps it calm and manages to get both of those as well. Incilio going to be kicking themselves that they let that one slip away. But Guild, beautiful way to put a round on the board, albeit they wouldn't have liked to let it get as close as it was. Clutch situation, never ideal, but a round win nonetheless. However, off the back of it, weaponry still not good here. 3 MP9s coming out. I love this fast aggression here, however. Through Cheetah. Fletcher and Scenari. So much space taken. A lot of information gathered here as well. And really just funneling them towards this B site. Go this lovely crossfire established. Fader and Sugar can have so much to do if they want to try get into Cheetah here. And look at that, crossfire is perfect, and one flat true just sweeps them up.
And none of them dies. This is great for Guild Eagles. And now it's just a pincer that will continue. There we go. Trade is right there. Only a single loss. This is wonderful. And this is exactly what you want here for Guild. Bouncing back in almost the cleanest of fashion, sending Incilio into perhaps even forced territory, but not too sure if that's what I want to go for.
I don't think we will see anything more than a couple of P250s. There really isn't the money on these players, and if they spend any more than that, then they are not going to be able to buy for the next as well, which would really put a damper on the plans, because not only would Guild Eagles be going even on the scoreline, they would be taking over a little bit there. Although, all speculation, look at that, though. Lovely early aggression. One Fletcher just going to fall back. Try get Pip to play into him. Does indeed. But look at that. FPS a kill of their own. And that site actually going to fall.
Bombers on Ado. This is a very interesting play. Might actually even be won by Incilio. Rifle picked up here for FPS. Sugar plants the bomb. And now the CTs are like, wait, hold on. Did they actually plant on B? Did we give up the bomb side? I think they might actually think of B. Oh, and now FPS strikes. This is painful. And now Synopsy, can you clutch this? Technically possible. No kid in his hand though. Especially not on this A bomb site.
Look at that.
Oh,
they just walk into his bullets. He just holds down the trigger. And both FPS and Sugar just gonna choose to stand in the line of fire and gets the defuse in as well. What a weird round.
I mean, I guess double swinging, you know, it makes sort of sense, especially one player having a pistol. But yeah, it's rough, especially seeing it from their POV. So, well, it evens out the numbers, 3-3.
It does.
Money's still on the board for Incilio, but
definitely a round that Guild Eagles should have won anyway. But the fact that it came down to that,
very true.
A round for the history books, mayhaps. Lovely early aggression hit from Guild Eagles pushing up. White spot here, keeping them at bay. That A site very much the target at the moment. Only really rig on there. We do have Synopsy hanging out in Donut. A little bit of help from GXX to keep it under control. But Rigon left alone with so much to do here. And with that Molotov forcing Synopsy back as well, he's going to either die to the fire or to Fadette. It turns out it will be Fadette instead.
Very low, finished off now by Scenery, and FPS will also trade. Incilia not quite sure if they want to commit to this A bomb site as of just yet. They do have Pipe actually in a very good position, just holding deep on B. Just needs to make sure not to die.
And that bomb is
If that's the
running
case,
over,
then
yeah.
they should be able to get that bomb plant, but Pipe's position is crucial.
And that kill really just cements the round here as well. Gonna hear the footsteps running on over to that bomb. Still hasn't quite made it over to site yet and hasn't been planted. I'm gonna be called upon to hold down and defend to try stop this bomb plant from being disrupted. Does go down anyway, but still so much to do. And with Fadet falling there as well, it's just FPS who hadn't rotated over yet as well.
Very far away, needs to line it up. Not quite where the bomb is planted. Come on.
Can't help but feel
I
bit
hate
of a
to see
miscommunication
around.
there, yeah.
Yeah, to see it all sort of fall apart with players like so far split up from one another. Like the initial hold is so good, but then why is the rest so late?
I don't know. There was definitely some gaps in the communication a little bit there. Rotates coming in a little bit too late. We've seen that from Incilia, though. It's been very weird with these players being oddly split up as well. That bomb plant over on the A site when they had the fights on B as well. Although having said that, lovely opening kill there from FPS, completely untraded from Flatru. Gonna have to do so much. Gets the first kill as well. That bomb is unfortunately gonna go down. Gets the second as well. Not quite in time to stop the bomb plant. However, does manage to eventually get the planter. And now it's a 2v4. Oh, trying to defend it. Stop this defuse coming in. And FPS with that orb left alive gets the first. Still loads to do. However, caught with the orb out. Not out, sorry, and loads of time for the defuse. 5th round to Guild Eagles. And we've definitely got a lot closer of a game on our hands in this map than we previously saw.
For sure, this is a good start. But I do see some mistakes flying on through here on the side of Incilio, which definitely need to be fixed. And again, Incilio's up on T's side, but now with Guild Eagles winning 5 in a row, especially now with the buy rounds coming into full effect, it's not the most promising for Incilio. But we have another shot at hand.
Do indeed fade it with that SG. We've seen them use quite a lot on Flatru. Fumbles the nade just a little bit there. This smoke is definitely not ideal, however. Early in the round does mean that potentially can be overlooked. Hasn't been too costly just yet. The XX lovely pick there as well. Has a little bit of backup from Synopsy. We'll just fall back. Allow Polt to keep his space in mid.
Oh, Pete comes on through. Trade is present though. And they spotted a second player up in Rep Room 2, so I'm immediately gonna try and make a move. Ooh, and Regan getting caught off guard. I think he was with a nade in his hand or something. Having to switch back to his weapon, but not quite in time. So the defense up on that A side has fallen, but technically still a player advantage now with Sugar being tagged. Trouble might be up ahead once more. FPS on the box trying to quickly flicker around, but it's not quite going to come through. Incilia once again left empty-handed as Guild continue their streak.
Couple of worrying missed shots there from GXX. Of course, didn't really affect the overall outcome of the round. Would have just closed out a little sooner, dare I say. But Incilia, there's definitely good signs of life. It's good to see them getting the bomb down fairly consistently as well. It means that their money hasn't been in the most horrific of places. But this round win streak from Guild Eagles definitely has to be putting a little bit of a damper on their mood here. And of course, it's getting quite late into the day. It was a 204 Incilio on their first series. Going to map 3, however, it's going to be starting to get tiring.
Need to follow it up with lots of damage, lots of presence over towards this D bomb side. Fletcher tries to keep them busy too from Cheetah. They maintain. Sugar, good with one. But the trades continue to be up on the board. And Cilia with a player up. Ooh, make it a double FPS. That's a very nice kill. And now bomb site secured. Rigging up on the rotate, but his teammate very far away. Not too sure if you want to go for this if you're Gil. Then again, there's quite a lot of money. So you might as well try and see if you can make it a bit more costly.
Yeah, unfortunately with GXX falling there, there's a lot of money on some of these players, not a lot on others as well. Unfortunately, Rigon a little bit too committed to this. No real chance to back out there, so the only way was forward. Unfortunately, Pipe going to be waiting for him to move. And a round on the board, and Cilia finally break the curse. They finally stem the bleeding, albeit potentially only for a round. As we said, the money is fairly decent on Guild Eagles, at least on most of the players, but definitely enough to buy back into this. Maybe not perfect. I like that they're opting for a little more utility. On a map like Ancient, definitely needed. Cilia, they have a chance here. 4 rounds, definitely a good start as well. They could buy themselves a little bit more breathing room and a little bit more opportunity. Of course, T-side Ancient, not necessarily the preferred side. They have had some incredible T-sides though.
And A left completely open by Gil, so a pretty easy walk on. And with Sugar getting the mid kill too, this is has to be safe here for Gil. Just make sure to hang on to those 2 rifles. I'm not sure why a bunch of playing around. Okay. I guess they want to give it a look in. At least those with pistols in hand. Now all of them have rifles. Maybe still a shot. 3 against 3 now. And there's no kit interaction, so time will be of the essence. And that's a great Molotov. Time to perfection. Making things very difficult now to get hands on that defuse. I think it's not even possible anymore with the timer.
I don't think so. The issue there, I think, was Sceneri. Sceneri had that position, and if he managed to get at least one there in Donor, we could have seen something a little different. That timer was very low regardless. But still. Nice little round there for Incilio. 5 rounds on T-side Ancient. I'd say that's pretty good going, and that regardless of how this final round goes, they can be pretty happy with themselves, and they put themselves in a pretty good position going forward as well. Guild Eagles, they'd ideally not like to let this go 6-6, but definitely the most even of the matches that we've seen. And Cilio absolutely dominant on map number 1. Guild Eagles taking map number 2 by storm. Nice to see a map where it feels a little bit more up for contention.
Again, game plan seems very clear here. Cilio have had some success here on this A-bomb site. Want to repeat the same story this time. I mean, it's a bit back and forth. 3 against 3. Well, not anymore. Another kill found by FPS. All doing good work for certain. 14 kills and 8 deaths. Only Scenery here. MP9 makes it tricky. But not quite the firepower left in the magazine. 6-6. An ever so close scoreline. And find out what happens next after the break. We thought Guild had it all in the pocket, winning 6 rounds in a row, but Incilio bounced back, making the scoreline even. And honestly, we couldn't have a closer affair. This is already the 3rd map in this decider. Keep in mind, this is an elimination game. One of these 2 homes will be out of this closed qualifier, depending on who loses this final map. Close though. And let's see what Guild can do up on that T side so far, losing the first player in the form of Synopsy. Maybe not the best start, but 3 more here lurking around in middle. Hoping to set foot, but thus far, a lot of control denied.
So many bodies dropped so early on as well, Guild Eagles. Whatever plan they might have had has been dismantled, and they will have to try and figure out what to do here. And we can see Scenery I had a little bit run over, maybe to try and meet up with a teammate. They have decided to play apart. Actually, Rigon finding a lot of space over towards this B side. There are still some people waiting for him, of course. FPS back site waiting. Lovely dink there as well. Rigon spots the second as well. Has to be careful. Shots being fired off. Not quite able to connect and is taken down. It's just Snery. Saving grace that the bomb is on their back there. And Sugar keeps getting this little bit of information and managing to get away. And there we go. Just going to finish off as well. Nice little round there for Incilio. They stopped the bomb plant going down, which is exactly what they needed to do as well.
Pause seems like it's a bit of a tech issue.
If there's another tech issue, oh god, we've done it again.
Every time after a halftime break as well. This is just how things keep going as of today.
It's been one of those days, I think. I think it's been...
Yeah, I think we had like 5 or 6 tech pauses.
We've had at least 1 or 2.
I think
I
like
think we've
one
had
a
like
map.
1 and a half.
I think one a map, 1.5, something like that.
So thank you everyone for bearing with us through all of this. We're trying to make sure that the players have as fair a game as possible, that you guys get as much of a spectacle as possible as well. Unfortunately, you know, it's bad when you see our faces again so soon. So hello again, everybody. I'm not sure there's too much to talk about here as well. I think we've covered pretty much everything that we wanted to. But that's definitely the pistol round that was needed to kickstart that CT side from denying that bomb plant. Will really give them a head start going into this. Anything that you wanted to add, or are we just sort of waiting in limbo for now?
I mean, I think you covered a lot of the bases. I think especially with Incilio winning pistol on CT can really benefit them. Guild Eagles have looked a little bit weak here and there on the T sides, and especially them it also being on Ancient can make things a bit more rough. But you know, you never know. We have seen Guild Eagles force a bunch of times. Wouldn't be surprised if they're gonna try and do something like that now. But it's risky, especially you know it's the last half you're gonna be playing. Do you want to take that risk? Do you think you've got what it takes in order to pull through with a force buy, or are you gonna give them 2 rounds, then probably bounce back with better weaponry? Might be the more favorable option, but then again you have to do it on T side. Not gonna be an easy job.
True. Although, having said that, both of these teams we've seen have very, very strong T sides. Sorry, it's been the CT sides that have been lacking a lot, actually, on both maps for both teams, really, as well. And it's one of those things we go into it and we say, oh, a CT-sided map, so the fact that they've got 6 T rounds is really good. But then T side just seems to be so... dare I say, spicy for both of these teams on all of the maps as well. So, I mean, I don't really know. There's no use in saying, oh, it's T-side, because apparently that has meant nothing today.
Yeah.
Because actually it seems to have worked out better for teams. And I can't help but feel that, CT side is an interesting one, because as we said in Cilio, there's not really much information. There's not many VODs out there for potential reviewing and looking at going into the game. There wasn't much time between them finding out who they were playing against, and of course the match starting as well. But a little bit of research would have been done. There's really not much on Incilio and how they play, which is definitely going to benefit them going into this. I'm not really sure there's much more we can say. There's no point in speculating. We of course have the game back and ready once again. So we can actually see what's going to happen instead of just guess. We aren't actually going to see that force buy coming through. We've talked about it, but they've got a Tech 9.
Yeah, I was about to say, with the exception of Synopsy, he actually quite heavily invested into this armor as well. And a nade. Oh, and it's already gone. This is your investment down the drain, and not the ideal start here for Guild Eagles. Maybe the only thing being that they are going to site where there's currently no one at. At least not for the time being. Ford, I think, no, he isn't just in time to deny their bomb plant. Saved by the MP9, looking for a little bit more as the rest of the cavalry arrives. Maybe not even necessary as he takes out player after player. There we go.
They deny the bomb plant as well, which is absolutely huge. The rest of them are going to have money to buy. I really don't know what Synopsy plans to do here. I think maybe we see an upgraded pistol and some utility. If that, actually. That is the downside. There we go. Mac 10 and some utility. But really not great. But having said that, actually, the side of Insidio, this is kind of a bonus round for them as well. So we've still got that FAMAS and the MP9, although a lot more utility to support them as well. Love this early aggression. Actually, not pushing up as far as maybe I would have thought they would. Oh, I think spotted the shoulder there, but actually just manages to dip back towards Donut in time. There's the opening pick going untraded once again for Incilio.
Yeah, now Incilio is on to their own win streak, of course, looking to make it 6 here. So far, so good. And Guild Eagles playing it slow, hoping to regain control of Speedway Smoke for the time being. If they did actually abandoning Cheetah there, so with that, Guild Eagles can start to perhaps re-explore into middle. Into a... do win that duel, that's massive. Makes the scoreline, or at least the numbers, even. The confidence back here onto Guild's side.
So the rotate's already coming back through. There's defenders on this site. Going to be a little bit of a difficult one. Flash to come through the smoke there is good. Full blind. But unfortunately not quite able to find anything off the back of that GHX. Going to get a little bit of a tray kill there, but Pipe, thorn in their back the whole time, and it's just Regon left. 3 trying to stop this one go down to that bomb very firmly in their grasp. Gonna be taken down, unable to find anything else. 3 alive there for Incilio as well. That is the magic number. You want to be trying to keep at least 3 alive each round where possible. And a brilliant start to the half. Back to Pistols, Guild Eagles go, however, a little bit of a daunting prospect. Actually, having said that, quite a heavy investment from them here. Deagles, Tech 9s, a lot of armor coming out as well. So looking to hopefully do a lot of damage here. Tech 9s have been quite potent in CS2, but still against this buy, it's not looking great. And Holt with that opening kill as well. Bad omen looming over their heads.
Looking to mow most of them down thus far. Good damage dealt as well. And Pult is already here. Oh, and now it's only Fletch who left. 10 HP. Deagle in a dream, but it's not gonna happen. Incilio marches on to 10. And keep in mind, the score number is 6-3, now 6-10. Absolutely insane, and it's like things have completely turned up its head. I'm slowly starting to get a bit of a deja vu of Anubis.
Potentially, but one thing that we do have to remember about Anubis is that there was an incredible comeback from Guild Eagles. They brought it back quite close as well. It's a team that you cannot count down and out until that 13th round has been hit. Ooh, lovely early aggression, rewarded nicely for FPS there, completely untraded and falls back. Now taking taking 5 points of damage.
Problem here being, once again, the rounds do not start off great. Being a player down, every round feels like an uphill battle here for Guild Eagles.
That's
smoke. Yeah, will fade. Footsteps heard though on the other side. Flash as well. Ooh. One's a shot, not quite the kill, but FPS is there to help out. No one's crossing into mid. And thus far, no one onto A either.
Oh, they are still gearing up very much for this B hit. The utility coming out as well is gonna keep, of course, Pipe and Bolt back at this time. They have pulled over the reinforcements here, of course. FPS still staying pretty steadfast on that side. Finally moving on over now that that bomb is being planted. And actually goes down something that we've not seen them able to do a whole lot so far. Sugar, so much damage through the smoke there. But held at bay, held at the back of this site. Guild Eagles just trying to whittle down that timer as much as possible.
Oh, Flatbrewer picks up a double massive, and now FPS, yes, he is on to 20 kills, but with an AWP retaking, it's a very tough job. Doesn't want to hand over the AWP as well. Oh, and gets a kill. Well, that's nice. So, further damage dealt. Guild will still maintain quite low money on the back of a win, even. And, well, doesn't matter too much. Plenty of money in bank for Incilio to rebuy, reinvest, and give it another shot.
Absolutely. We talked at the beginning of this game about Juan Flatru having an absolute smasher of a game over on Mirage as well, and that we really needed to see more individual performances like that coming through for Guild Eagles to try secure this map and of course the series. This is map number 3 of the best of 3. And he is stepping up, but unfortunately it's not quite yielding the same results. It hasn't been quite as dominating as it was over on Mirage. On the flip side, however, FPS has been putting up absolute numbers.
Just jiggling right around the corner, has the right idea. Smoke being up though. Oh, look at this aggression. Oh, and now they know.
They do. That re-smoke as well, just going to keep them held so far back. They have got absolutely no map control. Got a little bit of information over towards A that there's no immediate threat of a flank. But really just pigeonholed here in towards their spawn. Another smoke coming out. They have had absolutely no chance to look here. They are just going to have to, at some point, try push through it. They've got the flashbang available for it, but with 2 sets of eyes watching as well, with those weapons trained nicely on them, it's going to be a tough one either way. Just say that I don't think there's another smoke available, so really, it has to be now. Look at that, only 35 seconds left on the clock for them.
Oh, Massacre once again down to just a single player. But 1 versus 2, not completely impossible. That's a good Molotov. Tempted to push, will dump a bit more util up on the side as we have Sugar rotating right through the ramp, and well, that so much hyperfixation up on CT, not expecting him to come from that angle. So that is 11 secured, marching closer and closer, inch by inch. And now here comes the thing. Guild Eagles is in a very tough spot. Money-wise, some can buy, some a bit of a half buy.
It is. I
guess
them...
you kind of want to prevent them at least from
getting
going to 12.
Series point. Yeah, that's the thing though, is that they have that loss bonus very much racked up for them, which means that they will be able to put somewhat of a buy together fairly consistently, but also it's not going to be perfect, and it's not what they need to try keep this map point out of Incilio's hand. That Tech 9 still not ideal, that Galil still not ideal, and the util few and far between for some of these players. Incilio, they are sat on all of the weaponry they could need. I really like Fader having an XM here. The XM, possibly my favorite gun in the game here, and of course holding that angle on Cheetah as well. Little bit of a ratty angle, little bit of a ratty gun, but I love to see it. It's very much, if it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid. Come on, go and walk into it. You know you want to.
Pre-fire though.
Not quite able to find anything. That's really sad. But again, that's pretty good news for Guild Eagles here as well. They've managed to get that player advantage, something that has been quite desperately evading them quite a lot this half. But they really don't have a whole lot of control over towards a site, and time is starting to run low here as well.
Oh no.
With that kill
That's
from
the bomb.
Sugar. Is that
Bomb
bomb down as
dropped.
well? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I
and
mean-
suddenly, 16 seconds. They are nowhere near a site. They're going to lose this probably just on the basis of time alone.
Oh no, Sugar, what are you doing? Single-handedly winning this round. Absolutely insane. Just most him down. And of course, with 15 seconds, you know exactly what's going to happen. Guild, you cannot do this. You cannot afford to make these kinds of mistakes. And this might just cost them the entire game. This might cost them a potential place for the IEM Chengdu closed qualifier.
Guild Eagles, there's not much utility. They have bought fully into these weapons. And this is, of course, 4 elimination hits. 4 rounds needed. 5 rounds needed, sorry. To keep this going, to try take this out of regulation and into overtime. And look at that, so much damage and an opening kill to Colt. It's a bad omen.
Oh, the confidence. Just spamming, punishing them. I mean, on the same side, maybe they're getting a bit too greedy, getting punished for it as well. But still, a player up, lots of damage up on GXX and Synopsy. So what's the plan going to be for Guild? Smokes are up.
They just got to try hit this B site. There's 2 defenders here as well. Once the smoke fades, if they can maybe find a kill here, they might be able to find something. Synopsy, got to be careful not to be caught with utility out here. Footsteps are going to be heard, and FPS wanting to push the issue. Taken down. They have given up a lot of space towards this site behind them now, however, but that bomb securely in their grasp. Lovely pick from FPS, and now it's just GXX left. Corner. Spots the first, taken down, however, by Sugar. It's absolutely beautiful. And that's Incilio taking the 3rd map, taking the series, and eliminating Guild Eagles from IEM Chengdu.
Absolutely
Wow.
wild. Like, heading into this best of 3, wasn't expecting this whatsoever. Guild Eagles have had a very good track record, but we see the big Titans struggling here in this qualifier. And I'm not sure, maybe they are so used to playing Tier 1 that sometimes these underdogs, they are very hard to play against. Quite tough to grasp their playstyle, not sure how to counter, and yeah, before you know it, it all slips away.
Absolutely. It has been a day for the underdog teams as well. All of these teams that struggled their way through the really long, quite frankly, open qualifiers as well, showing their worth here. And yeah, as I said, day of upsets. The fact that Guild Eagles eliminated in 2 rounds as well is absolutely crazy to me as well. But here we are. Absolutely amazing to see Incilio going forward. But the road ahead is not going to be easy for them. They are going to have to fight time after time, increasingly more difficult teams as well. But what are your closing thoughts on all of this?
I mean, it's been quite a wild ride. In fact, we can actually take a bit of a look at the bracket, what has happened today. Of course, today is only the beginning. There is so much more to come in later days. But for now, I mean, we started off, of course, with the opening matchups. For the most part, all 2-0s. Then, in our lower bracket quarterfinals, we had, of course, now Incilio prevail, moving on to the lower bracket semifinals. Now, we do still have 2 matches going on. Espionage against Amiga Gaming, 1-1. That's still going on, and as well as BetBoom Team against Forza. So, curious to see who will be facing off against Incilio.
What a match.
It's actually wild to see them also fighting for their lives in that lower bracket. Someone who is so far looking quite chill is Amcor, winning both of their best of 3s fairly easy, 2-0s.
True. Namiga as well up there with Espionage. Actually, I believe it was Espionage and it might have been Namiga as well that came through the same open qualifier, both winning their respective brackets as well. So
Yeah.
both of these teams have proven themselves recently. And I think that's going to be an absolutely incredible matchup. And I fear for whoever has to go up against the loser of that match, because they have been on fire recently.
Exactly. I mean, this is a very, very interesting bracket. So much Counter-Strike action still yet to come. There's still even going on here tonight, so definitely check those other streams out if you fancy looking out at what the results of those will be.
I believe it's ESL B stream is still going on, and that's with, of course, the wonderful B Dog and Lucy Lewis. And then the C stream is Neo, Kai, and Scriv have got that game going on as well. So it's same URL as this one, but with either a B or a C, depending on which game you are feeling like watching, if you are not Counter-Striked out already.
Exactly, and if, for today it's enough, but you wonder more later on, then of course we'll continue it all again tomorrow and on Saturday. Saturday is, of course, the day we'll find out who will be sending off to IEM Chengdu. Exciting, but there's still a large road ahead for the teams that are still in the game. So we hope to catch you out tomorrow and the day after. See you guys then.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He